Who, whoever belongs to this child, if you can please come and take us so we can start with the program. Sorry, what's your name?
Ashwarya.
Aishwarya. Aishwarya's mom or dad. Aishwarya's mom or dad, please can you come and take her? She's at the front of the marquee, at the stage. She's not the mom or dad. Okay. Hare Krishna, everybody. Thank you so much for staying here till the end. Well, not quite the end. We still got a bit of a program to go through. But I thought that before we start calling everybody else, we need to recreate the mood of Vrindavan again. And one of the songs that I learned in Ujjain when I was there a few years ago was a song called Vasanti Ras, popularly known as Vrindavan Ramyastan. And I'm just going to read the English translation. 3 verses only. I'm not going to sing. I'm not much of a singer either. Beautiful Vrindavan is filled with Chintamani gems and many jeweled palaces and temples. Many regal swans play in the waters of the Yamuna, and in those waters a splendid golden lotus flower grows. In the middle of that lotus is a golden place surrounded by 8 petals. On these 8 petals, the 8 principal gopis reside. And in the center, Lord Shamsundar and beautiful Srimati Radha Rani sit on a jeweled throne. The great beauty of the divine couple and their charming joking and laughter appears to be constantly showering nectar everywhere. Narottam Das says, I pray that these beautiful, eternal, transcendental pastimes of the divine couple may be always manifest in my heart. Hare Krishna. All right, so I've got the list of devotees, disciples who would like to have their offerings read. And in the interest of those who need to leave early, if you are one of those who need to leave early, please come and give your name to Nandarani. She will create the list in addition to the list that I've already got in my hand. I will also ask you that in the interest of ensuring that everybody gets an opportunity to read their offering, please be mindful of how long your offering is. I'm not going to ring a bell, but I'm going to ask you to please place reliance on yourself to make sure that you don't go overboard with the time. We're all just always conscious of that as well. Okay. And also, my able assistant Nandrani tells me that those who haven't registered to read, and if you also still want to read your offering, please feel free to come to her. She's sitting in front of the stage, and give her your name, and we'll be happily include you in the list of devotees to speak. So first up, we have Her Grace Chaitanya Leela Dasi, who will now come forward to read her offering. Okay, and I've got a public service announcement. Somebody's lost a ring. It's a small silver ring. Oh, gold, sorry. It's a gold ring with a heart on it, and it's Shreya's.
I can go on the stage. Yes, please. Page 41, Gurudev. Page 41. Dear Gurudev, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi, Gauravani Pracharine, Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pachitya Desatarine. Today my offering to you, dear Gurudev, is part of my portfolio for my studies. When one thinks of the qualities that are vital to being ethical, one thinks of honesty, integrity, leading by example, trust, exemplary behavior, and transparency. When I think of an ethical person, I immediately think of my role model who encompasses all of these qualities. He's none other than His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami, who is a renowned spiritual leader in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. The ISKCON Code of Ethical Behavior states, ISKCON devotees, who include amongst others GBCs, sannyasis, gurus, temple presidents, project leaders, and initiated devotees, are expected to behave as model Vaishnavas. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami definitely walks and talks the ISKCON Code of Ethics. He's the perfect gentleman with an exemplary demeanor and leads by example. As per the ISKCON Code of Ethics, his behavior is that of a model Vaishnav. ISKCON devotees are expected to treat one another as respected members of one unified ISKCON family. To appreciate the importance of these interpersonal relationships, the GBC recommends that ISKCON devotees complete a course of training in community care. Within our Vaishnav society, it is essential that devotees learn to offer appropriate honor and respect to all living beings, especially to all devotees, including all generations of men, women, and children. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami treats everyone as respected members of one unified ISKCON family. He's always giving courses, thus ensuring that he's teaching devotees how to offer appropriate honor and respect to all living beings, especially to all devotees, including all generations of men, women, and children. All leaders of ISKCON shall make it a top priority of our society that all devotees are systematically educated in the sacred principles of Vaishnav etiquette. They should implement specific local programs to offer love and care to all devotees who have taken shelter of the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, who is the founder Acharya of ISKCON. All devotees of ISKCON are meant to live together as one wonderful spiritual family, connected by our sincere desire to please Srila Prabhupada by assisting him in his glorious service. As a leader of ISKCON, Bhakti Chaitanya Swami makes it his priority to educate people on all Vedic knowledge by giving discourse daily in the morning and evening. He further teaches at Vrindavan Institute of Higher Education. He is very well versed in all topics and is very approachable. He is very compassionate and caring in his nature and is always seeking to assist everyone in need to help them in their journey towards Godhead, as well as in their personal lives. As an initiating guru as well as spiritual leader, Bhakti Chaitanya Swami supports the entire Vaishnav community in devotional service and encourages all in spiritual life around the world. I'm very fortunate to have Bhakti Chaitanya Swami as my role model and spiritual guide. He is the epitome of all ethical qualities and is a very dynamic yet humble leader who is very compassionate to all. Today, as I stand before you, my dear Gurudev, I feel so humble and fortunate to be under the shelter of the most amazing model Vaishnav and dear son of Srila Prabhupada. Gurudev is definitely the perfect gentleman with an exemplary demeanor and leads by example. He is fixed in his sadhana and serving Srila Prabhupada's mission. I pray that I can always serve my dear Gurudev in Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON for now and always. I thank Gurudev for his mercy upon me and beg him to always keep me at his divine lotus feet. Please forgive me for any offenses caused at your lotus feet, begging for your mercy, your daughter always, Chaitanya Leela Dasi.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Mataji. Before I call upon the next devotee to read their offering, if I can ask the devotees that are outside the market to please be a bit quiet. We need to give attention to the devotee who is reading the offering. Hare Krishna. If you can please be a bit quiet, we'd really appreciate it. All right. If we can please, Hare Krishna. If you can please ask Her Grace Prema Sarovar Mataji to come up. Thereafter, Radha Charan Mataji, please be ready for your offering. Hare Krishna.
So I'm last minute chip in. Sorry about that. Dear Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you. It's actually quite funny because I was going to say half of what Chaitanya Leela just said, but I wanted to also say, recently I've been reading Mother Vishaka's completing Mother Vishaka's book, and it really struck me when she spoke about how Srila Prabhupada was so authentic in his dealings and compassion and honest with all, not just male or female, but with all of his disciples, so kind. And I thought about you. So that was quite inspiring, because I was thinking that the one time that made me sit back and hear you properly was when we were in Cape Town. And I remember it was a marathon, and I was struggling, and I'd come to you in the morning, and I said, Marge, I don't know what's happening. I'm just struggling. And now when I think about it, it was so much a false humility, because I was expecting like a pat on the back. It's okay, you're going to do okay. And then I said, Marge, I think it's just some pride. And you said, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. And I remember literally taking a step back from you, like, okay. And then you laughed, and you looked at Nitai Mayapur and you said so nicely, the Lord has a special plan for you. And, that honest interaction was so impactful in my Krishna consciousness. So I pray that I can continue to get that and have shelter at your lotus feet. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
My dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace, Srila Gurudev. Our relationship has seen many different stages, and the one constant since the beginning is the magnitude of your mercy shown towards me. You always display genuine love and compassion, and I am most grateful for this. Srila Gurudev, you are so anchored in your service to Srila Prabhupada that even during your ill health, you so quickly came back to regular daily japa sessions, despite the many discomforts you may have experienced. Sorry. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for taking care of us and for your love, guidance, support, mercy, and for being our dearest Gurudev. I truly and deeply pray that my surrender at your lotus feet blossoms more and more. You are most gracious and merciful, and I am indebted to you, Srila Gurudev, your loving daughter, Radha Rahman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Radha Charan Mataji. If we can please have Vrindavan Das Thakur Prabhu. After that will be Namacharya Prabhu. Devotees, for those who have not registered, those who have not given the names, please, this is your opportunity to give your offering to Maharaj. Please don't be shy. We look forward to you coming up here and hearing you glorify Maharaj. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. My dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to... Closer. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Iti Namini Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnana Anjana Shalakaya Chaksurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. I was born in the darkness of ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. In Sri Ranga Kshetra, the illustrious Brahmin Vaishnava captured the attention of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu only because of his strictly following the instructions of his spiritual master Only unto those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imports of Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. Being faithful to Krishna and the spiritual master is the secret to success in spiritual life. One must accept the words of a bona fide spiritual master to clear the path of spiritual advancement. The order of the spiritual master is very strong and must be obeyed without consideration. Being ordered by his father, Parashuram killed his mother. When Lakshman heard of this, he immediately engaged himself in the service of Lord Ramachandra. Guru Maharaj is my guide and unalloyed devotee, strictly following the instructions of Srila Prabhupada without deviation. My success is only certain when I accept whatever you say. Gurudev is an authorized spiritual master, empowered by Srila Prabhupada to spread the glories of the holy name. Receiving your master Srila Prabhupada's power of attorney, you preach the holy name throughout the whole world. I am fortunate to have received the holy name from you in this succession. In this manner, simply hearing the holy name from your lips merges all the devotees in transcendental bliss. My first duty is to satisfy you. Then through your mercy, Srila Prabhupada will be satisfied with me. Hare Krishna, your servant Vrindavan.
Thank you, Vrindavan Prabhu. Namacharya Prabhu. And then after we'll have Kishori Mataji.
My offering is in the book, but it's easier for me to use this paper because it's big enough for me to read. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace. On this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I thank you for making and keeping me as a disciple, although I am unworthy. The spiritual master carries a great burden by initiating disciples who are unqualified. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for taking this burden. I feel so grateful to be linked to the parampara and knowing that I can in this lifetime go back home, back to Godhead. It is your causeless mercy that has made me so fortunate. During this year, I felt so scared when you were ill. You fell sick because of unworthy disciples like me. We prayed very hard to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna to protect you. As soon as you were discharged from hospital, you started to preach, going to house programs and online classes on Vaishnava etiquette. You go on tirelessly preaching despite your ill health. Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara will be very proud of you. Giving seminars and lectures is not only what you do. You also like to take devotees on parikrama so that they too can fall in love with Krishna and his followers. As if the above services are not sufficient enough, you serve as a GBC for South Africa and other countries. You are not only serving as a GBC, but also sit on some executive committees of the GBC. This is really a true Srila Prabhupada man. I am much younger than your divine grace, and I'm not capable of doing a fraction of your divine grace. Apart from all what you do, you still personally take care of your spiritual children. You give us more care than any father can. Which father can deliver a child from birth and death but you do? On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I want to pray that I remain as a particle of dust on your divine lotus feet. Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Guru Parampara ki jai. Your unworthy servant Namacharya Das.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear at the back what they're saying? You can? Okay. Okay.
Hare Krishna, dearest Srila Gurudev. please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. I am most grateful to you, Srila Gurudev, for allowing me shelter at your lotus feet in this ISKCON movement. It is only through this that I keep sane. Otherwise, it feels like this material world may swallow me up. There is just an unbelievable amount of suffering and stress here in so many ways. I am very sorry for all your suffering and when you were in hospital earlier this year. We all prayed to Krishna as best we could for Maharaj's good health. It breaks my heart to see and hear all that your divine grace goes through for us. I am an undeserving disciple. This brought me closer to Maharaj in a sense and made me reflect and take stock of myself and my Krishna consciousness. I am doing my very best to be as engaged in devotional service as possible. I am involved with mentoring, transcribing, cooking for deities, take care of Krishna and Rath Yatra fundraising, reading and courses. I thank you for all of this from the bottom of my heart. I enjoy doing it. I cannot imagine what I would have done without service in this material world. I try to remember your words, Gurudev, for me to use this time in my life to really get into it. As glad as I am for this opportunity to do service, I am very well aware that all of it totals to almost a drop of water in the ocean when compared to your valuable and important services, Gurudev. I have always admired your intelligence, and now at Srimad Bhagavatam classes, I am appreciating even more and more your knowledge and memory and dedication to Srila Prabhupada and to Srimati Radharani and to Lord Krishna. You quote from so many books and are amazingly widely read. This is beyond my ability to comprehend. Your intelligence, excellent memory, and dedication to Krishna consciousness in Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON. Thank you for always promoting a culture of respect for everyone, regardless of gender, race, and all other physical distinctions that exist. You always see everyone with equal vision. We need to encourage and support each other. We need to keep serving and be humble. I certainly have a lot to be humble about. We can keep ISKCON growing and preach better if we can all try this. I really cannot imagine how you tolerate everything that happens around us, Gurudev. Thank you very much for tolerating me. I beg for your mercy to continue serving to the best of my ability, always. I really want to get out of this material world, and on this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I beg for your causeless mercy to do this. Haribol, your most insignificant daughter, Kishori Devi Dasi.
Thank you, Namacharya Prabhu and Kishori Mataji, really stalwart devotees that we all look up to in our movement. Next we'll have Her Grace Vraj Vilasini Mataji. Thereafter we'll have Govardhan Prabhu and Rasamrita Mataji, if you can please be ready, in readiness as well. Thank you. He's asked that you go first.
It's okay, I have it on my phone.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Guru Maharaj, on your most auspicious appearance in this world. You're worthy of a lot more glorification and honor that I know how to bestow. So like a child offering a simple present that you've bought yourself, please accept this heartfelt offering. It would be flawed and far from eloquent, which is all that you have. A bona fide guru is a person who says Krishna is our true friend. He doesn't pose himself as God, nor does he tell us he can become God. Such a guru has various qualifications and is completely surrendered to Krishna, and Krishna reveals himself only to such a pure devotee. A guru, being completely attached to the Supreme, is not attracted to material or bodily affairs. He understands that he is not this body and he's a pure soul. All these things, Guru Maharaj, you are teaching by your personal example. How to be a perfect disciple to your beloved Srila Prabhupada. your energy and passion for studying Shastra, your sadhana, your love for holy names and the holy Dham. Despite serious health challenges, you completely focused on your preaching and services. Earlier this year, when you were seriously ill, it scared us tremendously. I was shaken. When you got out, you immediately began, when can I start Bhakti Vaibhav, and when is the etiquette course, despite us asking you to rest. You were preparing, and so thoroughly preparing, just for our benefit. With all the effort you putting in, what excuse can we make not to take advantage of these opportunities? So there I am, trying again to study at your feet. You're a constant reminder and inspiration, not just to me, but to the hundreds that eagerly wait for you to come online, for our phones to ping. Bhakti Chaitanya Swami is online, live. And you're doing that so selflessly and seamlessly, effortlessly. Over the years, as we sit here today, I've listened to heartfelt offerings being made to you, and I felt myself insignificant and unfortunate that I don't get to serve you personally. But somehow, by your mercy, over the last year, I've gotten special mercy. I get to sit with you every week and capture those special memories. This was such a daunting task for me as I sit with you and ask you these silly questions, and wow, such nectar and such mercy from you. You share with me everything. There hasn't been a single week that I haven't been completely amazed by everything you've achieved and how wonderfully you've served Srila Prabhupada and Krishna and kept them in the center of all of your activities. I hope we'll do justice to those memories and share them with everybody else soon enough. But your mercy is endless, and I'm getting more and more responsibility. I am but a dwarf amongst all of you senior to me. How am I supposed to do these services when I feel so inadequate? But in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 33, Krishna tells Arjuna, just be the instrument for actions that I've already performed. And so that's what I'm trying to do. Follow what Prabhupada left us and what you, Guru Maharaj, are teaching me, and what my beloved God brothers and God sisters are doing and continue to do. In the Madhya Leela 1.205, it's very fitting to describe my mood and feelings. Indeed, I'm a dwarf who wants to capture the moon, but I'm completely unfit. A desire to receive your mercy is awakening within my mind. So this is my position. I'm completely unworthy, just this dwarf. But by your causeless mercy that's being bestowed upon me, and you've told us a few times this at some past time about Prabhupada, how at the end of a lecture he told Prabhupada told the devotees, if you become 90% Krishna conscious, you'll go back home to Godhead. And the audience looked crestfallen. And so Prabhupada said, if you become 80% Krishna consciousness, and so then Prabhupada reduced to 70. But on his way back to his quarters, one of Prabhupada's servants said, I won't be able to do this, not even 70%. And so Prabhupada said, hold on to my dhoti, I have the key to the back door. And so I am too that unworthy, but I know that you're going to be getting back there. So please allow me to hold on to your dhoti so I can also get back through some back door. Bless me so that I'm always able to stay in the shelter of yours and Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet, and so that I can continue to be of some service to you and to Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON. Your forever grateful daughter, Vraj Vilasini Devi Dasi.
Om Jnanatirmirandasya Gyananjanan Shalakaya Sakshuranmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Mukam Karoti Vachalang Pangam Lang Hayate Girin Jat Kripa Tamaham Vande Shri Guru Dinastarinam. So my offering is entitled Service to Shastra. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my prostrated obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Today is indeed the most blessed day. It is no ordinary good fortune for a deviant jiva soul to find the shelter of the lotus feet of a bona fide guru coming in parampara. Then, one coming in the Gaudiya Sampradaya is even more special, as it is enriched with the bhav and vani of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the avatar for this age. Lord Gaurasundar made it possible for all perfection in just one lifetime. In many lifetimes I was a rebellious jiva, averse to the service of the Lord, covered by Maya and absorbed in the material coverings of the soul, and thus trapped in the cycle of samsara. By some inconceivable mercy I received a book, the most sacred gift, collected on a typical Kali Yuga street. It gave me the intelligence to find you, a bona fide spiritual master, who is fully engaged in the worship of the Lord with pure bhakti. Notably, our Parampara teachers shared a particular concern for the people of their time. Consequently, translating, writing, distributing, and teaching Shastra was the centerpiece of their preaching stratagem. They were the opponents of the Asat Siddhanta, false philosophical conclusions. The Guru is the guardian of doctrinal integrity of the Gaudiya teachings. In that way, our Parampara teachers are the savior of the masses who are overpowered and under the spell of the Lord's illusory Shakti. Maya is working through her Avaranatmika Shakti in covering us at every moment, and then through her Praksepatma Shakti. We are confronted in formidable ways. Without the expert guidance and oversight of the spiritual master, the struggling jiva has no hope of escape. Srila Prabhupada gave us temples, association of devotees, restaurants, festivals, theistic exhibitions, the holy name, the great drum, lectures, letters, books, and dignity. Srila Prabhupada is a representative of the spiritual world, who has a special affinity for the Bhakti Shastras. Guru Maharaj, you are the perfect carrier of the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. In all respects, you remain the perfect conduit in both mood and practice. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur told Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, we should have an institute in Mayapur to study Vedanta Sutra, Srimad Bhagavatam, and Tattva Sandarbha. Then Srila Prabhupada ordered that Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav, and Bhakti Vedanta degrees be taught and certificates issued. He clarified that reading the books will purify the intelligence. A purified heart and mind means Krishna consciousness. You have taken up this order. You are giving the precious gift of transcendental knowledge, helping us focus on the real purpose of life. Your dedication and absorption in service to Shastra is astounding. Your dedicated presentations and fidelity to Srila Prabhupada's teachings teach us that we can attain the association of the founder Acharya by preaching Shastravani. You propagate Srila Prabhupada's message to increase our desire to understand, to become convinced, and to develop unshakable faith to preach and serve the mission. The pramana or authorized source of knowledge is the Shastra and the disciplic succession of the Acharyas. As a modern-day representative of the sacred Sampradaya teachings, your daily discourses on the Chakravarti Purana, the topmost scripture, Srimad Bhagavatam, places the words of Sukadev Goswami within earshot of anyone on the planet who desires to hear them. The online presentation is thus immortalized. The glory of the Bhagavatam is broadcasted to a world audience. Many will access the online recordings for generations to come. What a generosity of time and effort! What compassion for humanity! The Vedic process of acquiring knowledge is to hear from the authorities, namely Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. A bona fide Guru transmits the knowledge of the Shastras exactly as they are presented, without any addition, omission, or construing concocted indirect meanings. The absolute truth is described in the Upanishads and the Brahma Sutras, and must be understood according to their original statements. It's a wonder that the most sacred text, the essence of all scripture and knowledge, once spoken in the assembly of saintly sages at a distant holy place, is now so freely available to anyone at any time and anywhere on the planet. This is a unique form of book distribution, which is the life and soul of our Parampara teachers and the core spirit of ISKCON. The daily study with notes, quotes, and anecdotes are coming from a pure heart and a life of renunciation and realization. It's no ordinary event. The Bhagavatam is the most monumental work and its Lord Krishna's representative. It is not presented to just a group of dedicated students, but to anyone who may have the good fortune to hear it. You have enabled humanity's good fortune on a platform that gives every person instant access. It's an act of deep kindness that will illuminate the dark lives of so many dejected, wandering souls. With the reading of every text, the most sacred sounds, you are taking Lord Krishna's words to every house on the planet. Shastra is not a self-help exercise and can only be taught by Lord Krishna's devotee. In the years to come, the Bhagavatam will for the first time be fully available to all without consideration of caste, creed, race or eligibility. By your example of taking up such a mammoth task, you are showing what it means to preach. In pursuance of the maxim, Sarvastam Guruve Dadat, one should give everything, including one's very life, one's very self, to one's Guru. I again appear before you, Guru Maharaj, to surrender whatever I have in your service. Today is a glorious day, a special day, a momentous occasion. Sri Vyasa Puja allows us to share our heart and love for our beloved spiritual master. I thank you for everything you've done for me. I offer you my heartfelt pranams at your lotus feet and beg forgiveness for my unlimited, compounded offenses. All glories to your divine grace on this auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, your struggling servant, Govardhan.
Thank you very much, Govardhan Prabhu. Rasamrita Mataji. Oh, here we go.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I was born in the darkest of ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. I pay my respectful obeisances unto you, Srila Gurudev. Namami Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupada Sevanam Sri Vrajajana Mahatmya Pradarshika Kripanavam. Hare Krishna. Maharaj, before I actually read the offering that I wrote, I'd like to thank the organizers for having the wonderful vision of setting your 2022 Vyasa Puja in such a splendid, natural mood, and evoking and bringing the mood of Sri Vrindavan Dham. As a teenager, my late father, His Grace Lokabandhu Prabhu, and my mother, Mother Kirtida, used to take us every Sunday to Cater Ridge. And the memories of that farm-like environment with the cows and with the natural setting has no doubt been evoked in my mind today while I sit here and enjoy the wonderful ambiance of your Vyasa Puja. We've all collectively suffered during the 2 years of COVID, and just coming here in this wonderful setting has given us a renewed energy. And also thank you so much for eating and sharing. That was so special. Anyway, one of the verses of Sri Vrishvanath Chakravarti Thakur in the Vrindadevi Astikam, actually the 8th verse. Do you know that one, Maharaj, in particular? Anyway, I will just try and read the translation. Unfortunately, bereft of devotional service and due to committing hundreds and thousands of offenses, we've been cast deep into the ocean of material existence. Indeed, We are being tossed about by the terrible waves of lust, anger, greed, etc. O most merciful ones, our souls are surrendered unto you, and we offer our most respectful obeisances unto your divine lotus feet. When I was reading this verse, I couldn't help but think that, everything seems so bleak, everything seems so dark, and we seem trapped in this material world without any hope. But when I think about you, Maharaj, and like His Grace Govardhan Prabhu this morning showed us the illustrious path of the bona fide lineage that you serve, we again can celebrate renewed hope and wonderful optimism. I haven't quite written a lot, but just to cut long story short, we were in the dearth of absolute terror when you were sick. We just fervently prayed every day, please let Maharaj get better again. And we can put our hands together in total thankfulness that we are here celebrating this wonderful occasion with you. Thank you to, I think, firstly, Lord Nishringadev, and also to Lord Balaram, who's the protector and who's the first incarnation of Lord Krishna. We thank them, Maharaj, for giving you back to us. Hare Krishna.
Technical problems. All right. So, when COVID started, was it March 26th, 2020? And then Gurudev started his online japa sessions not long after that. And we used to have lots of people join in on Facebook. Lots of weirdos. And Gurudev would know that. He'd immediately say, block. I'd love it when he'd say that, block. And he'll say, whew, what is this? Black magic. And he'd go to his scroll. I said, we just chant Hare Krishna. And there were lots of new faces, lots of common faces, names rather. And then there was a name that used to pop up a bit more frequently. And this devotee was somewhere in the Western Cape, I think he is. George Cook. He's from George. George Cook from George. So George is going to be our next devotee reading his offering. George? Oh, that's a pity. I had that whole line set up. George! My sons laugh at me when I call George. He's not here. Okay. George, if you are following this on Facebook, we miss you being here. It would have been nice to finally put a face to the name that we see so frequently on Facebook. And thank you for your consistency in being part of the program. We're now going to ask, George, Krishna Smaran Prabhu. I saw him just now. There we go. Krishna Smaran Prabhu. Thereafter is Ashoka Manjari and then Vrinda Kunt. Please be in readiness to read your offerings. Thank you.
Omaganaya Timirandasya Janan Janan Shalakaya Chakshurumitam Yena Tasme Shri Gurudev Namaha. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. We are so fortunate that you are physically present with us today on your Vyasa Puja. While sitting down to write an offering to you, there was so much that comes to mind. During this past year, so much has been happening. Guru Maharaj, you having challenges with your health, and at the same time, Jai Radhe also having serious health challenges. Maharaj, I'm really sorry that you sometimes have to go through what you have been going through with your health. I will always pray that Krishna keeps you in good health and protects you. Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON needs you. Thank you for the wonderful replies via video when Jai Radhe was in hospital and other times when she was receiving treatment. I remember when I opened your message, by looking at your face and hearing your concern and providing words of support, I cried uncontrollably. I thank you again and again for your support and words of encouragement. I will never be able to repay this back to you. For now, all that I can offer you is to follow your instructions and hold onto your feet. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 1-16 purport, it says, and I quote, "The servants of God come to propagate God consciousness, and the intelligent people should cooperate with them in every respect. By serving the servant of God, one can please God more than by directly serving the Lord. The Lord is more pleased when he sees that his servants are properly respected, because such servants risk everything for the service of the Lord." Dear Maharaj, you are constantly preaching and you have made it your life's mission. Again, I have nothing to offer to you. On this day, I humbly ask that you forgive all my offenses and continue showering your blessings and mercy towards my family and me. Your most fallen servant, Krishna Smaranam and Jai Radhe Devi Dasini. Thank you.
Dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your sacred lotus feet. All glories to our dearest Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on this auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja. On this most auspicious day, I am filled with a sense of gratitude and wonder. I cannot even imagine where my life would be today if it had not appeared, if you had not appeared and blessed us with the mercy of your shelter. I was very disturbed and heartbroken a few months ago, eagerly awaiting on the progress of your health every day. I prayed to the Lord to help you through your recovery. I have not gained enough knowledge and have a long way to go in my spiritual life. There is so much more I need to learn from you. You are such an expert preacher, Guru Maharaj. Each time I hear you speak, I am amazed at how you are able to say exactly what I need to hear. It is all through your endless mercy and blessings that I am able to engage and carry out my service at ISKCON. I am chanting my rounds every day and reading Srimad Bhagavatam every day. I am very grateful to you, Guru Maharaj, for your time, guidance, and care. Please kindly forgive me for any offenses I've committed knowingly or unknowingly. Please bless me that I can follow your instructions. Always remain in the service of your lotus feet and Srila Prabhupada, and to serve the devotees sincerely. I love you eternally, my dear Father. Happy blessed Vyasa Puja, dearest Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna, your eternal servant and daughter, Ashoka Manjari Devi Dasi.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Guru Maharaj. Srila Prabhupada once said, actually, we are all conditioned souls, so our demand from Krishna to accept us is reasonable from my point of view. I think that I am so sinful that I cannot even approach Krishna to show me any favor. But I have only one hope, my spiritual master. He is very kind. So, I too am a sinful person, but fortunately, I too have a very kind spiritual master. A kind and understanding spiritual master that will always have my back. I am grateful to have had the opportunity to know you. Even when I was younger, I always thought that you were very sweet and an amazing storyteller. When you are at that age, classes seem very long and incomprehensible. But I always understood when you used to speak because of the way that you used to explain. So, thank you for coming into my life, not only because of all the stories that you used to tell, but for accepting me as your disciple. I am truly grateful. I pray that Shri Radha and Krishna shower their blessings upon you, and that they always grant you with excellent health and an abundance of happiness. Your servant, Vrindakund Devi Dasi.
Thank you very much, Vrindakund. We can now please ask Tirumala Devi Dasi to come up. Thereafter it will be Sundarananda Prabhu, after which it will be Shamohan. Thank you.
Om Gyana Timirandasya Kyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Dear Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your most merciful lotus feet again and again. All glories to you on this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Actions speak louder than words. You show by example what it means to be fixed in unwavering service to the spiritual master. You personally show us how to serve and how to appreciate the devotees of the Lord. You show us what it means to be sober and to remain fixed in the service to Srila Prabhupada's mission. You show by example what it means to serve faithfully and to be an instrument. You personally show us what humility means and how to accept everything as Krishna's arrangement. You have shown us how a perfect disciple behaves and how to serve the spiritual master and the devotees. You show us what it means to be a devotee. You have given us all so much just in the form of your personal example alone. And then there's still more, your classes, your seminars, your personal guidance and care. Now it is up to us to take what you have taught us all and show our appreciation to you through our service. My desire is that I may one day have the spiritual capacity to fully show my gratitude to you by fully imbibing all that you have taught me. But I know that I am flawed, and I know that on my own determination and conviction, I will not be able to do this. I am dependent on the mercy of the Vaishnavas. I pray that I may always remain within their shelter, because it is only by mercy that I may one day have the fortune to fully show my appreciation to you and show my gratitude for all the endless mercy and care that you have showered me with so causelessly. I remain forever indebted to you, your servant Tirumala Devi Dasi.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Iti Namane Namami Bhakti Chaitanyam Prabhupadanu Sevanam Shri Vrajdan Mahatmya Pradashakam Kripanavam. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Guru Maharaj. This year I felt that Krishna was really testing our resolve when your health was at risk. I was in a bit of a tailspin with all sorts of scenarios running through my mind when you were in hospital. The daily reports were helpful and necessary, but I must admit I was scared of losing you. You have been such a positive influence in my life ever since I met you. When I reflect on how my life has changed since I met you, the change is amazing. From a person who was an absolute child in spiritual life, thoroughly caught up in material life, to an aspiring devotee who is attempting Bhakti Vaibhav. In Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.15, it is said that one can derive the spiritual benefit from prolonged use of Ganges waters, but one can immediately be sanctified by the mercy of a pure devotee of the Lord. And that is how I feel. I feel sanctified by your association. I am very grateful for the wonderful association you have been giving us under these circumstances, especially under these circumstances. It feels like just a few days ago you were recuperating from a very intense surgery, and already we are well into the Bhakti Vaibhav course. In Srimad Bhagavatam 1.3.40 it's mentioned that by studying the Srimad Bhagavatam, one can derive all the benefits that are possible to be derived from the personal presence of the Lord, provided that it is done under the guidance of a bona fide spiritual master. Thank you for the privilege of being able to study Srimad Bhagavatam under your guidance. I know it must be taking many hours of your time each day to prepare for these sessions. Thank you so much for showering your mercy on this insignificant disciple, so that he may someday have the opportunity to attain the presence of the Lord. I am forever in your debt. I hope you have a wonderful Vyasa Puja day in the presence of my brothers and sisters, and I pray to Lord Krishna that we have your association for many years to come. Your servant always, Sundarananda Das, Subhadra Devi Dasi, Sundari Sita Devi Dasi, and Vrindakun Devi Dasi. Thank you very much.
My dearest Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances on this glorious occasion of your Vyasa Puja. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you, Gurudev. Shastra accentuates that if one is to progress in Krishna consciousness, he must take shelter of a bona fide Guru. This is not an option, but a must. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu states in Chaitanya Charitamrita that it is a fortunate person who comes in contact with a bona fide spiritual master. In a class on the Nectar of Devotion on 30th of October 1972, Srila Prabhupada said, because by the mercy of Krishna, one gets a bona fide Guru, and by the mercy of a bona fide Guru, one gets Krishna. This is the process. When I am actually serious to have connection with Krishna, Krishna is sitting in everyone's heart, so Krishna can understand. We cannot hide anything from Krishna. That is not possible. Because Krishna is sitting side by side, just like two birds sitting side by side, one bird is eating the fruit of the tree and the other is the witness. That is the Vedic version. So as soon as I become serious to know about Krishna, Krishna can understand. Now my friend, this is very serious. So he will find out a bona fide Guru from him. Therefore Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that Guru Krishna Kripa Pai Bhakti Lata Bij. By the double mercy, Krishna's mercies and Guru's mercy. If one is serious, Krishna is satisfied. Now he is serious about finding out about me. Then Krishna gives him direction that here is Guru, my representative. You take shelter from him and you will get me. This is the way. Srila Prabhupada further explained that the real Guru is Krishna, and by disciplic succession Krishna's instructions were passed on from one bona fide representative to another. A bona fide Guru is therefore one who preaches the word of Krishna coming through the process of disciplic succession. Prabhupada said, you preach the words of Krishna, therefore he is bona fide. A Guru is a messenger and representative of God, Krishna. You are that Gurudev, a bona fide Guru, having taken shelter yourself of the most magnanimous Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada. And I am the most fortunate to have taken shelter from you. Through your mercy, I am afforded the opportunity to go back home to Krishna, and for that I am most indebted to you, a debt that I cannot repay, nor express to you how grateful I am for your shelter and your mercy. On this day, as I have done in previous offerings to you on your Vyasa Puja, I restate to you, Gurudev, my surrender as your lowly servant, and assure you that I will always be faithful to you, ISKCON and Srila Prabhupada. In fact, there is no other way, absolutely none. By Krishna's mercy, may you please remain with us for a long time to come, in good health, please. Your happy appearance, Gurudev. Your servant always, Shyam Mohan Das.
That was a very nice offering. Why are you laughing? Was it not a nice offering? Gurudev, was it not a nice offering? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I'm a good wife, right? Our next three speakers are Jarikanda Seviki Dasi. Then we'll have Lokanath Prabhu and then Deva Prabhu. I hope Lokanath Prabhu is back. He's here? Oh, yay. Okay, cool. So Jarikanda Mataji, Lokanath Prabhu and then Deva Prabhu. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Durga me pati me nidhasya. Durga me pati me nidhasya shakalat patagatir muhu swakripa yasti dhanena shantastav avalambanam. My path is very difficult. My feet are slipping again and again. I am blind and ill-advised. Therefore may the saints help me by granting me the stick of their mercy as my support. Shri Vrindavan Dham, a glorious land where every step is a dance, every word is a song, and every day is a festival. How fortunate are we all today that we have visited Shri Vrindavan Dham. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki! And Shri Vrindavan Dham manifests because she resides in the heart of her pure devotee. So we've come today together to Shri Vrindavan Dham, where Srimati Radharani's pure devotee, His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami, is, where he carries Vrindavan Dham within his heart. So thank you so much, Maharaj, for bringing Vrindavan to all of us today in this beautiful setting. Yesterday we celebrated the most auspicious appearance day of Lord Nityananda Balaram. And when we think about Lord Nityananda, we think of the mood of spiritual protection. We think of our original spiritual master. And thinking about him, the heart automatically meditates on all the spiritual masters that we have within our midst. And in my life, one of the most important and one of the most deepest relationships I hold in my heart is the relationship I have with you. Thank you so much for being such a spiritual constant in my life. And if I open my heart, I have many slides of fond memories that I hold so dear to me. And, I was recently speaking to my spiritual master, and he said that I'm not leaving you alone, but leaving you in very capable hands. And he said, one of the people who were there for you from the beginning, and he said, if I'm not mistaken, the day you came back from the hospital, my grandfather offered me to you, and you carried me and you blessed me. And throughout my existential journey, you've always been holding my hand and taking me through the different points in my life and playing such a significant role. And I'm so eternally grateful to you for that. I also meditate on a concept that my Guru Maharaj always speaks about. He speaks about Krishna's Tadiya. And he spoke about how Krishna's Tadiya are the Govardhan Hill, the Yamuna River, all the paraphernalia of the Lord. But also Krishna's Tadiya are the Lord's devotees. So today I celebrate one of Krishna's very dear Tadiyas, one of his very dear components to his heart, His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami. So thank you so much for being someone that represents Krishna in every possible way, in your Vaidhi sadhana bhakti, in your astute study into the Shastra, listening into your classes online. It's so evident the depth of realization you have. You go deep into Shastra and give us such gems of spiritual knowledge that we are able to think about this message that Srila Prabhupada gave us in such a tangible and meaningful way. You really are one of the best teachers I've ever had. So thank you so much for that, especially during the Srimad Bhagavatam sessions. Thank you. Thank you for teaching me the beauty of the spiritual process by being the perfect example in everything you do, the perfect cook, the perfect gentleman, and the perfect representative of your spiritual master. You know, at this moment, I think about Srila Prabhupada's poem that he wrote on his journey to America, and he speaks to Srila Prabhupada, and he speaks to his spiritual master, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and says, you know, now my Lord, make me dance as you like in your service. And he also speaks to, you know, Krishna himself and asks them to make him his instrument in service. So today, I ask you, my dear spiritual uncle and Shiksha Guru, that you may please always keep me in your service and always keep me at your lotus feet, because your shelter means so much to me, especially during this very hard time. Your support has brought my heart so much of solace. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Bhaktitirtha Swami Maharaj would say that when one chooses a spiritual path, one needs to consider three things. The goal, is it something I want to achieve? The path, is it something I can do? And three, the people, are they achieving the goal? Whenever I tell this to new people or seekers that I meet, I always think of you when it comes to number 3. We have in you the opportunity to associate with someone who has achieved very high levels on this path, who is living the philosophy and experiencing love, being free from the vices of material life. In this way, you are a guiding light, a beacon of hope, and the person Bhagavat. Srila Prabhupada's biggest gift is the association of devotees, who are just like desire trees, fulfilling the desires of everyone. When I am in your association, in your Vapu form, then I am very inspired to be Krishna conscious, and it becomes clear as day that Krishna consciousness is the most important aspect of my life. I am slowly learning how to associate with you in your Vani form by trying to follow your instructions with more care and attention. The way you dealt with your severe adverse health situation recently was and is extremely inspiring. As soon as you came back from the hospital, you came out onto the patio and had kirtan with us and gave us some words of wisdom. The Guru Vastikam by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, verse 2, states, Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Vaditra Madhyan Manaso Rasena Romanchakam Pasru Taranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam. Chanting the holy name, dancing in ecstasy, singing and playing musical instruments, the spiritual master is always gladdened by the Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because he is relishing the mellows of pure devotion within his mind, sometimes his hair stands on end, he feels quivering in his body, and tears flow from his eyes like waves. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. You are not sometimes gladdened by the Sankirtan of the holy names, you are always gladdened, no matter the external circumstances. When I discussed this with Smita Krishna Prabhu, he referred to your service as apratihata. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.6 explains, Savaipum sam parodharmo yato bhaktir adokshache Ahaitukya pratihata yayatva suprasidati. The supreme occupation, dharma, for all humanity is that by which men can attain to loving devotional service unto the transcendental Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self. Srila Prabhupada translates the word apratihata as unbroken in the transliteration, and we feel now more than ever that nothing can break you, Guru Maharaj. In Krishna book, chapter 87, Prayers by the Personified Vedas, Srila Prabhupada explains that the Supreme Lord is Eka Rasa. He does not change in the slightest when he becomes witness and advisor to the individual soul in each individual body. Similarly, you as the Lord's representative are not disturbed in your Krishna consciousness by external circumstances. I pray on this most auspicious occasion that I may become fixed, firstly in my actions, fixed also in my words, and then fixed in my thoughts in Krishna consciousness. Hoping this meets you in good health, your eternal humble servant, Lokanath Das.
My dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, my eternal Lord and Master. 12th March 2022. A devotee asked, why does the spiritual master's body have to undergo so many material sufferings? We understand that it's because of his disciples not following the regulative principles. But the spiritual master's body is transcendental. So why does Krishna make the spiritual master suffer in this way? Srila Gurudev, your response blew me away. You said that one reason is because of the disciples. Krishna wants to teach the disciples that they must follow strictly, and that the spiritual master has to suffer for the reactions of them not following. A second reason is that Krishna does such things to the spiritual master's body so that some extraordinary service opportunity is created for the intimate disciples in such a way that disciples would never have been able to have such special intimate service opportunities with the spiritual master. For their own personal realization, for their advancement and surrender to the spiritual master, and for his service. Practically, we saw this with Srila Prabhupada and his intimate disciples. I write this offering to you as I am seated beside you in the intensive care unit. You are in semi-consciousness, but my heart is racing. Your words are resounding loudly in my mind. Special intimate service opportunities with the spiritual master. I thought of armed robbers with guns to my head, and even been in a hijacking situation, but never have I ever been this afraid as I am at this moment. The fear of losing you is becoming more and more apparent. Shortly after, it was decided that you would have to be rushed to an emergency surgery, as you were currently in organ failure with post-surgery complications. Fighting back tears and my raging emotions, I tried to compose my body from shaking uncontrollably. I tried to wake you up. I held your hand and told you that we have to go into surgery again, and it's imperative that we do this immediately. You looked at me and said, "Really?" I responded, "Yes, Srila Gurudev. We have to do this right now. It's the only way, or we will lose you." You immediately said, "Okay, let's go." Your life was in the greatest of danger, going to surgery again, but you trusted me to such a degree that you immediately responded yes. How can I understand the faith and the love and faith that you have in me? In a conversation, Srila Prabhupada remarked, "You have got some bit of love for me. Therefore, you carry my order. Otherwise, it is not possible. Because there is love, it is a connection of love. In whatever condition, you carry my order due to the basic principle of love. And our whole philosophy is love." Srila Prabhupada, conversation. Knowing my unrefined nature, I cannot understand how you have softened my heart to this degree. Every year when I sit down to write this offering for your Vyasa Puja, it's practically the only time that I really dive deep to assess myself. Every year I feel that it is the height of my love for you. I cannot feel any deeper affection than I do at this specific point. But here I am again, at the next year, and things have somehow deepened. You have yet again touched something deep within my heart. Srila Prabhupada mentioned to Jadurani in a letter, "If you think of me and work for me, then I am in your heart. If you love somebody, he is in your heart." It is a common thing. Everyone understands it. Dated September 4th, 1972, New Vrindavan, letter to Jadurani. Srila Gurudev, you are always in my heart because I am always thinking of you and work for you. You are my Gota Prana, my life and soul. Without you and your service, I have no purpose. May you always keep me bound by your love and empowered by your faith in me. Your loving son, Deva Devadas.
Thank you very much, Deva Prabhu. So I was just reading, just came across this now in an email I got, that Srila Prabhupada said in a lecture in 1974 that the business of a disciple is to glorify the spiritual master. And in glorifying the spiritual master, we inadvertently glorify Krishna. So coming up next to glorify her spiritual master is a little young lady. Well, she's not little, but she's a young lady. And I remember her when we had the retreat in Drakensberg a few years ago. And we were all stumbling through our chanting in the morning, and she was, "Oh, I'm done with 12 rounds." I was like, okay, it's nice. We were like probably in about 5th or 6th round. But she is such a super amazing little devotee. Her mother frequently posts about the incredible spirituality that she has developed and the wonderful devotee that she has developed into, grown up to become. So it is my absolute pleasure to ask Bhaktin Shreya to come now read her offering. Is she going to be assisted by her dad, Kalesh? Thereafter, her mum, J. Radhika Devi Dasi Jr., will read her offering, and thereafter we'll have our evergreen Gokuleshwari Mataji to read her offering. Thank you.
Vyasa Puja offering 2022. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev. My offering is a poem I wrote for you. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Bright orange robes, fresh spring garlands, here comes my Guru Maharaj. With so sweet melodies, here comes the light, here comes the bright. He's owed a lot of thanks, but a couple of cupcakes won't do. If every cupcake was given to him, it still won't do. So we should chant and be happy, that might come close, but it still won't do, for he's done so much, nothing will ever do. So let's listen to his lecture and chant the Maha Mantra. That's all I can think of. How about you? Maybe we can take some photos of his lotus feet and do some abhishek. Last of all, I just wanted to say happy birthday to you, Guru Maharaj.
Krishna Guru Maharaj. I just want to say thank you, dear Guru Maharaj, for giving me the mercy to chant the holy name. Thank you for showing me the love and care and always believing in me in my darkest days. I am forever grateful, your servant Kilesh.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Gurudev. The symptoms of a sadhu are that he is tolerant, merciful, friendly to all living entities. He has no enemies. He is peaceful. He abides by the scriptures, and all his characteristics are sublime. Sriman Bhagavatam, Canto 3, 25-21. Dearest Guru Maharaj, when I was a young woman, I have searched in so many different places for the most perfect, ideal human being to connect with. I erroneously looked for it in the arms of the illusionary notion of romantic love, in friendships and family relationships. And then by mercy that is not logical for a fallen soul like me, you accepted me as your disciple. And in you, I found a person who has perfected human life, a person who has every quality that would embody the ideal human being, living the ideal, highest perfection of human life. As the years have evolved, and despite the fact that my attachment to your lotus feet has grown, I still remain as fallen as ever, and I'm still unable to glorify you as you deserve. Every day, you teach us through your example, Guru Maharaj. We are in awe that despite all your challenges with health, you show up. You do your live broadcasts. You respond to our emails. You take care of management issues. To me, you are my real-life superhero, and daily I feel unworthy of your association. Your valuable wisdom and guidance has given me great courage to manage my own spiritual life, despite the harsh challenges of the material world. You have kept me focused on the goal of life and the holy name. Yet, after so many years, I cannot seem to find the sweet nectar of words strung together that would express my deep and sincere gratitude to you. This year is marked by a major crisis in my life that literally shook me to the core. The loss of my brother and my father, both of whom had been rocks and protectors of Shreya and I in the material world. And for a few days, I did get a bit lost in the grief. However, the comforts of your wisdom through your videos sent to me, and the mercy you give me to be attached to the holy name, has given me the strength to realize Chapter 2, verse 13 of the Bhagavad Gita. I'm most grateful to you for teaching me this valuable lesson through your kind, compassionate wisdom. I am always in awe that a great sadhu like yourself makes the time for a fallen soul like me. I know it sounds a bit cliched to state fallen soul constantly, but really, if you know my mind well enough, you will know how degraded I really am. And every day I fall. But the one force that keeps me attached to the holy name is your mercy, Guru Maharaj, and I'm eternally grateful. As a mother, I'm so grateful for the time and wisdom that you give to Shreya. You have practically raised Shreya, and every good that is in her, every discipline that she has, to keep fast or chant the holy name or sell books is to your credit. I am grateful for your loving and wise advice that always puts me in the right direction in motherhood. You so lovingly correct, guide, and encourage me when the anxieties of motherhood and Grihastha life seem so overwhelming, and I pour my dirty, blackened heart to you. The gratitude of a mother is tenfold more than I have for you guiding me. As you have given the mercy of the holy name to Shreya,
And I know this holy name guarantees her eternal happiness. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Thank you, my dear Father, for always being there for Shreya and I whenever we need you. Thank you for always answering every stupid question of mine and clearing my doubts. We beg the mercy of their lordships, Radha Madhava, to keep you in the best of health, and I pray that I always have your shelter. Your servant, Jai Radhika Devi.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Iti Namani Namami Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupada Sevana Shri Radha Dhamma Atmiya Radha Shak Ripa Navam. Hare Krishna Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. On this most auspicious occasion, I wish you a happy Vyasa Puja and everything that is glorious in this life. The evening before your surgery, I came early for japa session, and watching you walk to the temple room, strongly as you always are, I was in deep despair. I, like all the other devotees, were concerned for your well-being. While chanting japa, you said, I have a gift for all of you. Wow! I was mesmerized as your compassion even in the situation that you are. Thank you for always being kind and generous to all of us. Srila Prabhupada says, padam padam, danger everywhere. Then, days after you are battling with your health, I felt deep sorrow for you and prayed to Krishna for your recovery. Most of my life, my devotee life, my service were physical, and I enjoyed it always, giving my best efforts at all times, following your example. I listened to Srila Prabhupada's lectures, read Bhagavad Gita and other books of Srila Prabhupada. Listening to classes on Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita at many programs, I told myself, now I need to focus more time and attention on Bhagavatam. Then COVID came. Krishna made some wonderful arrangements for me. Your online classes, courses, and japa sessions. The glories of Lord Nityananda. The demons of Vrindavan, nectar of devotion, Bhakti Shastri, Vaishnav etiquette, now Bhakti Vaibhav. Thank you, Gurudev. Amazing what Krishna will do if you are sincere about serving him. Thank you for your many classes and service opportunities that you have given me over the many years. We are so fortunate. Bhagavatam says, the importance is how and by who it is presented. Gurudev, you so expertly present it. During the day you take time to set it in sections for our benefit. Thank you. You are an ocean of mercy. You always display first-class examples in whichever service you do. I, following in that example of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in the 8 Sanghas, I offer my respectful obeisance unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master.
Gurudev, I offer myself at your lotus feet. Only by the satisfaction of the spiritual master can we please the Supreme Lord Shri Krishna. I pray that Shri Radha Rahman, Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Giriraj will always give us many, many more Vyasa Puja celebrations together in the future. I am most fortunate to have you in my life, Guru Maharaj. Thank you for all that you do for me. I humbly beg to always be at your lotus feet, your insignificant servant in the service of Srila Prabhupada, Gokul Ishwari Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
So Gokuleshwari Mataji is no ordinary devotee, as we all know. And all that feast that we all enjoyed today was coordinated and prepared by her. So thank you very much, Gokuleshwari Mataji. You know, we all had a good lunch, right? You all got lots of energy. Can we have a bigger clap then? Haribol, come on. Thank you, thank you. It's a bit quiet on this side of the audience, but it's all right. Mataji, I'll clap for you just now. Okay. All right, devotees, we've got a few more left. We've got now all the way from Durban by the sea. Priya Kishori Mataji next, and then Bhaktin Namishka. And hobbling along with her crutches will be Ishwari Kripa Mataji. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. I'd also like to thank the organizers for this most wonderful occasion. For me, it's definitely a breath of fresh air, and to also be in your association, Guru Maharaj, has made me most fortunate. Okay. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Guru Maharaj. Happy Shri Vyasa Puja. Guru Maharaj, as I reflect on my life, I see how imperfect I am. Even as a child, there are so many things that I'm really not proud of. Guru Maharaj, ever since I started this journey of Krishna consciousness, you have been there from the start to metaphorically hold my hand through it all, just like a father holds their child's hands to cross a busy street. This material world, just like a busy street, is full of chaos that we can't control. Somehow, I still get distracted by the shining lights, thinking that I can find happiness here. But you, Guru Maharaj, are always there to bring me back to the right path, to cross this ocean of material suffering and death. Guru Maharaj, I know the last few months have not been easy for you. It wasn't an easy time for us as well, knowing your situation. But despite all of this, you still soldier on for Srila Prabhupada. Even though you are still in your recovery phase, you are pushing on in your devotional service to Srila Prabhupada. By observing this, you continue to conquer my heart and reaffirm my faith in this process, Guru Maharaj. I recently read something from the Krishna book in chapter 85. It says, the word Paramahamsa mentioned here means the supreme swan. It is said that the swan can draw milk from a mixture of milk and water. It can take only the milk portion and reject the watery portion. Similarly, a person who can draw out the spiritual portion from this material world and who can live alone, depending only on the Supreme Spirit, not on the material world, is called a Paramahamsa. When one achieves the Paramahamsa platform, he is no longer under the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. A Paramahamsa accepts only the association of pure devotees and rejects others who are too much materially addicted. In other words, those who are materially addicted cannot understand the value of Paramahamsa, but those who are fortunate, who are advanced in a spiritual sense, take shelter of the Paramahamsa and successfully complete the mission of human life. Guru Maharaj, you embody these qualities and conduct yourself gracefully in Krishna consciousness. You always look at the good, despite the number of flaws, just like the swan draws the milk and discards the water. My cooking is an example of that. I pray and beg for you to always give me your shelter, so I can successfully complete the mission of my life in service to you and Srila Prabhupada. A message from Radha Rahman. He would also like to wish you a happy Shri Vyasa Puja, and he appreciates the love and guidance you give him, and he apologizes he can't be here today. Your foolish daughter, Priya Kishori Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances to your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to you, dear Guru Maharaj. As I sat in preparation, uncertain on how to bring to words the journey thus far, I found myself reflecting my journey through COVID. With restrictions imposed due to COVID came the uncertainty of normality. Thus, Kali Yuga waves of anxiety had washed over most of us, including myself, bringing about so much of doubt. It naturally weighed us down, but instead of beautifully low-hanging, ripened fruits of service, I hung unseasoned and raw. However, I watched you, Guru Maharaj, gracefully navigate those rough seas with so little effort as your dear Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, and bona fide scriptures led the way as expert boatmen. Your vision remained fixed on your service, even through thick clouds of doubt, always trying to find the best ways to continue service, even in the most challenging of times. For me, COVID was the final straw, causing this motion sickness to take over me. I was off-balanced, consumed, it felt, in this world of Maya. It was your direct mercy alone, and the mercy through all your virtual platforms of opportunities you created for Japa, and the heartwarming classes that saved me along with my husband Shailen and my family from falling overboard. You have this sense of calm that tames any rough seas in the mind. With instructions from your dear Guru Maharaj Srila Prabhupada and dear sweet Lord Krishna, your calmness and confidence that everything is happening as it is meant to remains unwavered. In this world filled with anxiety and doubt, I have found you through Lord Krishna's mercy and his grand arrangements as an exemplary spiritual master, unwavered in service and unmoved by the shaky waters of Maya. Even through bodily difficulties faced, you have shown me what it means to be fixated on performing duties to the best of my ability with utmost commitment. The Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse 21 states, "Whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues." Please grant me and my husband Shailen that spiritual strength to consistently, wholeheartedly be that disciple, to follow your lotus feet with great commitment and spiritual vigor. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for weaving these beautiful golden threads in the ropes of the sails that is taking us deeper into Krishna consciousness and bringing into our lives the association of such wonderful devotees who are committed to stay fixed in Krishna consciousness. May Lord Krishna continue to shower his most merciful of blessings unto you. Please forgive me if I have caused any offense in my words or actions, both in the past and present. Happy Vyasa Puja, your aspiring and unworthy servant, Namaskar.
Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev. First of all, with your permission, I would just like to thank Ramana Priya for inspiring me to hobble on my crutch and stand here. Thank you so much, Ramana Priya. Thank you so much, Ramana Priya. Hare Krishna, dear Srila Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, dear Srila Gurudev. When we say the word spiritual master, it is not just a title. It is someone who is responsible to deliver a devotee, a big deliverance which is not only difficult but also rare. Taking the disciple back to Godhead is never an easy task. But when I see you preaching about Krishna, talking about Srila Prabhupada, a task which you do unfailingly well, and trying to bring us closer to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna, a task which is evidently tough, you make it seem easy. When I talk to new people who come on the Bengali page, a lot of them tell me that they are initiated by some guru. So I ask them what they think of their own guru. What did he teach them? The answer that I would mostly get is that their guru mostly hasn't taught them much about spiritual life, did not teach about the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, importance of devotional service, and ultimately how to get out of the cycle of birth and death. Then the realization sinks in how fortunate we are to have you as our spiritual master, a rare opportunity to learn from you, a knowledge which Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has made accessible to the whole world to grab it, but still people are running after different things in the name of religion. Srila Prabhupada preached to the whole world, but it was difficult to preach to the Indians, especially to our pre-convinced, misguided notions of religion. But when you started your online preaching, with much limited resources, you made that knowledge again easy, accessible to everyone, especially for Indians and people of Bangladesh. In spite of your health, you always are trying to help the devotees of preaching. By preaching them, you took the initiative first, and one of its own kind, where so many devotees are getting their Bhakti Shastri degree, and now you're doing Bhakti Vaibhav, immediately after being released from the hospital. When you were in the hospital, Prabhu and I had the good fortune to drop off prasadam at the hospital for you. I was continuously praying while dropping off the prasadam that I may have some darshan of you. We knew the hospital had strict rules, and I was sure I would not get your darshan. When we arrived at the ICU unit, we saw the door open. We informed the nurse at the station, and she asked us to wait. After a few minutes, she came back to inform us that your attending nurse had asked us to come inside. I was so grateful to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna for answering my prayers. We took off our shoes and went inside. The nurse looked at us and suddenly said, "You guys can stay." You looked at us, and in spite of your condition, you asked us, "How are you?" We asked you how you felt, and you replied, "I'm so tired. I got so tired from walking there." There meant a few feet away, near the nurse station. I was so overwhelmed to see you in such a pain. Suddenly, by your mercy, I asked you, "Would you like a foot massage?" And you replied, "Yes." Prabhu immediately started massaging your foot. Prabhu knew how much you liked book distribution. While massaging your lotus feet, he informed you about how many books he had distributed that weekend. Suddenly your face lit up and you replied, "I am so happy." You were continuously coughing, and I was happy to have the small service to give you tissues and you giving me back after wiping your mouth. Then the physiotherapist entered and we thought we must leave so that you can get your exercise. But even the physio said, "We can stay." You suddenly turned your head and said, "Stay if you have time." And I immediately replied, "We'll stay as long as you want." This 20 minutes will always be so precious. The moment where all the mercies reciprocated and gave us the rare opportunity to serve you. In Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Srila Rupa Goswami wrote the verse in 1.2, verse 74 and 75. Guru Pradasraya Tasmat, Krishna Dikshadi Shikshanam, Vishrama Vena Guru Seva, Sadhu Vartavanum Varantam, Sada Dharma Pracha Bhogadi, Tyaga Krishna Hetavaya. Srila Prabhupada explained, the words Guru Susraya means that one should personally serve the spiritual master by giving him bodily comforts, helping him in bathing, dressing, sleeping, eating, and so on. This is called Guru Sushushasham. A disciple should serve the spiritual master as a menial servant. I pray today for your mercy and blessings to serve you eternally, no matter what, as your menial servant. Forever your daughter and servant, Ishwari Kripa Devi Dasi.
Thank you, Ishwari Kripa. Thank you for making the effort. I appreciate it. I'm sure Gurudev appreciates it as well. We have, I'm just going to read out 5 devotees' names who are going to come to read the offerings. So it kind of feels like it's quicker. So we're going to have Dwarkadish Prabhu, Sachi Devi Dasi, Radha Rahman Prabhu, Prabhupada Priya, and then Yogendra Prabhu. Please be ready. So Dwarkadish Prabhu, you on?
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. Happy Vyasa Puja. In real spiritual life, the spiritual master acts as a medium between us, the jiva, who is so minute, and Krishna, who is so great. We are limited and do not have the qualifications to approach the absolute truth, the Supreme Person. However, the spiritual master, out of his causeless mercy, makes himself available to help us approach the Supreme Lord. In a purport to Srimad Bhagavatam 1.7.22, it is said that the spiritual master is the mercy representative of the Lord. Therefore, a person burning in the flames of material existence may receive the rains of the mercy of the Lord through the transparent medium of the self-realized spiritual master. The spiritual master, by his words, can penetrate into the heart of the suffering person and inject knowledge transcendental, which alone can extinguish the fire of material existence. He who teaches surrender to Krishna is a bona fide spiritual master, and such a spiritual master is the only refuge for one who wishes to end his material bondage and live in spiritual ecstasy. Lord Sri Krishna himself states that this in the Bhagavad Gita: just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submersively and render service unto him. The self-realized soul can impart knowledge unto you because he has seen the truth. Bhagavad Gita 34. Hari Bhakti Vilas lists the characteristics of the spiritual master. He should be knowledgeable of the Vedas and know the conclusion of the scriptures. He should be absorbed in worship of the Lord by chanting of the Lord's name. He should be peaceful, fully satisfied in activities of devotional service. He should have deep faith in the Lord. He should exhibit all good qualities. He should be intelligent, steady, austere, and truthful. He should be sweet in speech, pleasant to look at, clean, youthful looking, wearing clean cloth. He should be expert in conducting himself as a saintly person, Sadachara. He should be expert at arguing with and defeating those opposed to devotional service. He should be an expert judge. He should feel gratitude for services rendered to him. He should be capable of both showing favor to and reprimanding another person. He should feel affection for his disciples. He should always be anxious for the welfare of all living beings. He should be completely free from envy, malice, violence, anger, laziness, and sinful activity. Dearest Guru Maharaj, you so wonderfully exhibit these qualities. One time when you arrived home from a preaching appointment, Rukmini Priya showed you one of the Lord's plate which was bowl which was mystically half empty after the offering. He went to the temple room and began speaking to the Lord. Giriraj, you were very hungry today. This exchange gave us the realizations of your deep faith in the Lord. On another occasion, you had a university program, and somehow we erred in the timing and were late for the program. This did not please you, and as you always prefer to be punctual and greet the host and settle in before programs. The program ended with an ecstatic kirtan. The students were in complete bliss, which made you very happy, and all ended well. Again, a reflection of your absorption in preaching. When Sri Sri Nitai Gaurahari had just moved to Lenasia, Guru Maharaj attended a festival program. One devotee was leading an ecstatic kirtan during the arti. However, after a while, another mantra superseded the Maha Mantra. Immediately, Guru Maharaj stopped the kirtan and chastised the kirtaniya. Chant Hare Krishna. He always ensured the standards set by Srila Prabhupada are always maintained. We pray that we may continue to serve your divine instructions and be recipients of your causeless mercy. On this divine auspicious day, we pray that Srila Prabhupada will always be in your heart and bless you with eternal service. Our prayers for your well-being. Vidukshu, Dikshur Debam Adva Samantat, Antar Bahir Bhagavan Narasimha, Prahapaya Loka Payam Svanena, Swatejasa Grasta, Samasteje Tejaha. Prahlad Maharaj loudly chanted the holy name of Lord Nrsimha. May Lord Nrsimhadev, roaring for his devotee Prahlad Maharaj, protect us from all fear of dangers created by stalwart leaders in all directions through poison, weapons, water, fire, air, and so on. May the Lord cover the influence by his own transcendental influence. May Nrsimhadeva protect us from all directions and in all corners above, below, within and without. Srimad Bhagavatam 6.8.34. Your servants Dwarkadish Das and Rukmini Priya Devi Dasi. Srila Gurudeva ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
My dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Jagannath, Baladev and Subhadra Maharani. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, my Father. Upon reflection, this year's offering is riddled with several emotions. I am so grateful to the Lord that He has allowed us to celebrate your Vyasa Puja in person. When you were in hospital, Gurudev, and we were receiving updates on your health, I felt so helpless. To be of some service to you, I would stand in front of Lord Jagannath and beg him to allow whatever I have offered to somehow and in some way enter your stomach so you can gain the strength you need. All the while, shamefully hiding behind the fact that my misbehavior as a disciple has contributed to your deteriorated health. I have known you since I was 9 years old, and you have been consistently, in blatant and subtle ways, providing guidance and shaping my life every single day. Even when your health conditions plummeted, you still provided spiritual lessons, all through your dedicated disciples, whose feet I place my head at countless times. Gurudev, I thank you for fighting through it all, to still be here with us, to still continue Srila Prabhupada's movement with even more energy. Thank you for allowing me a space in your heart. With tears in my eyes, I pray that I can be of some service to you. Please instruct me in whichever way you choose. My life is only for you. Trying to be your servant, Sachi Devi Dasi.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances on this divine day of your appearance. All glories to your service and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. In a lecture on Srimad Bhagavatam, 6th canto, 1st chapter, verse 26 and 27, Srila Prabhupada says, Guru is here, as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Amara Jnana Guru Hana, CC Madhya 7.128. Guru means the faithful servant of God. That is Guru. So you have first of all to test, are you a faithful servant of God? If he says, no, I am God, oh, kick him on his face immediately. Kick him immediately. That you are a rascal. You have come to cheat us. Because test is there, that Guru means faithful servant of God. Simple. You don't require large definition, what is Guru? So Vedic knowledge gives you the indication, tat vijnanatam. If you want to know the science of spiritual life, tat vijnanatam sa gurum eva abhajigachit. You must approach Guru. And who is Guru? Guru means who is a faithful servant of God. Very simple thing. So, Prabhupada is explaining, Guru is faithful servant of Krishna. Simple. As Srila Prabhupada said, Krishna consciousness is simple for the simple and complicated for the complicated. I wish that I could be a simple servant of yours, Guru Maharaj, but my heart is full of too many faults. You certainly are a faithful servant of Krishna, devoid of any self-interest like pride, envy, lust, and greed. I, on the other hand, am an ocean of faults. I clearly have no real talent for spiritual life. What to speak of simply being a cultured human being? I'm still a devotee. My only virtue
Hare Krishna Gurudev. Mukam karoti vachalam pangmlagayate gram yat kripatamam vande Shri Gurum Dinataranam. Offer my respectful obeisances unto my spiritual master, the deliverer of the fallen souls. His mercy turns the dumb into eloquent speakers and enables the lame to cross mountains. Namam Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prashthaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Namine, Namami Bhakti Chaitanyam, Prabhupadana Sevanam, Sabrajadama Matmyad Padarsakam, Kripavanam. Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev. Please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Krishna Balaram, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Divine Grace. Please forgive us fallen souls for all offenses caused. A blessed Vyasa Puja to our spiritual Father, our worshipful Lord, our Savior, our confidant, our most merciful ever well-wisher, and above all, our dearest Gurudev. Every year we have this dilemma. Words cannot describe the feeling of the heart. How can we, peasants, uneducated in all spheres of life, find the words to glorify a personality of your divine grace stature? How can we, fallen souls, find the words to express our love, gratitude, and admiration to such an exalted soul? In the midst of total darkness, no reference to ESCOM load shedding, over the past 2 years with the COVID pandemic, we had some wonderful realizations. A tiny bacteria, which we could not even see, controlled every aspect of our lives. Not only our lives, but that of the entire world. It imprisoned us within this prison hellhole of material existence. What was our weapon to overcome this monster? Spiritual life and association has been our only salvage during these times. Luckily, by Krishna's mercy, we got more association of a divine grace than ever before. The daily Facebook programs of chanting and classes enthused us even more on this wonderful part of spirituality. As we were brought down by the material anxieties, your divine grace was our only ray of hope. standing as our shining beacon through the turbulent times of material existence. Your divine grace enthused us to get more fixed in our spiritual life. The association gained more momentum with the introduction of Bhakti Sastri and Bhakti Vaibhav causes. That took us straight to the lotus feet of divine grace daily, where we sat and drank the nectar of Sastra. How much that is purifying our hardened hearts. Thank you, Gurudev, for all this endeavor to save us, to save all the fallen souls. In the morning, what better than to hear your divine grace chanting? That alone purifies our mere existence. That must have also purified the terrible monster covert into some slumber. Thank you, Gurudev. In Srimad Bhagavatam 7:15-25 it is stated, Rajatama cha satvena sarvam chupase mane cha itar sarvam guru bhaktya purushohe asjasu jaye. One must conquer the modes of passion and ignorance by developing the mode of goodness, and then one must become detached from the modes of goodness by promoting oneself to the platform of Sudha Sattva. All this can be automatically done if one engages in the service of the spiritual master with faith and devotion. In this way, one can conquer the influence of the modes of nature. In the purpose, Srila Prabhupada states, just by treating the root cause of an ailment, one can conquer all bodily pains and sufferings. Similarly, if one is devoted and faithful to a spiritual master, he can conquer the influence of Sattva Guna, Rajaguna and Tamaguna very easily. Yogis and Gyanis practice in many ways to conquer the senses, but the Bhakta immediately attains the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead to the mercy of the spiritual master. Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasadu. If the spiritual master is favorably inclined, one naturally receives the mercy of the Supreme Lord. By the mercy of the Supreme Lord, one immediately becomes transcendental, conquering all the influence of Sattva Guna, Rajaguna and Tamaguna within the material world. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita, Sa Gunam Samati Yetam Brahma Uyaya Kalpate, Bhagavad Gita 14:26. If one is a pure devotee acting under the direction of the Guru, one easily gets the mercy of the Supreme Lord. Thus becomes immediately situated on the transcendental platform. This sloka points out the importance of the mercy of Guru in the spiritual development of us fallen souls. What is Guru Kripa? By an unknown author, which explains it deeper. Money, luxury, houses, expensive cars, and wealth are not the blessings of Guru. In this life, many crises and calamities disappear without our knowledge. That is Guru Kripa. Sometimes we somehow escape falling and balance despite the crowded space on the journey. The balance that saved us from falling is Guru Kripa. Whenever it is difficult to get a meal at a time, still we get to eat a feast. That is Guru Kripa. When you are buried under the burden of many difficulties, still you feel the strength to face them. That is Guru Kripa. When you are just about to give up and think it's over, then at that very moment you begin to see a ray of hope and you get ready for the struggle again. That is Guru Kripa. When all your relatives leave you alone in times of trouble, a friend comes and says to you, you go ahead, we are with you. The courageous words of the Guru Bandhu are Guru Kripa. When you are at the peak of success, full of money and happiness, even at that moment you feel grounded and humble. That is Guru Kripa. Having money, wealth and success alone is not Guru Kripa. When you do not have these things but still feel happy, satisfied and blessed, that is Guru Kripa. Guru Kripa is everything. Guru, thank you for everything. Yes, everything. Guru Kripa hai kevalam. Guru's mercy is everything. On this auspicious day, we humbly beg your divine grace for a minute drop of that madhu, that mercy, always begging to remain humble servants in Srila Prabhupada's movement. Your fallen servants, Prabhupada Priya Das and Leela Mohini Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Om Gyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurulmanitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Nityanamine Namami Bhakti Chaitanyam Prabhupada Anusevinam Shri Rajadana Mahatmya Pradasakam Kripanavam. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamine Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesha Sunyavari Pastityadya Satarini. My dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on this most blessed event of your Sri Vyasa Puja. Srila Gurudev, thank you for all your mercy and guidance in my life. I do not know where I will be if it was not for your mercy and guidance. Actually, Srila Prabhupada mentioned in a letter, the key to success in spiritual life is to always endeavor to please the spiritual master and follow his instructions. One who is determined in this effort will advance very quickly in Krishna consciousness. 20th of Feb, 1972, Calcutta, letter to Satadjanya. Whatever little service that I do is an offering to you, Srila Gurudev. By your mercy, I am engaged in several spheres of devotional service, such as being involved in the ISKCON GT Worship Ministry, assisting the team with BCaiS education, assisting with your personal admin services, and previously I was engaged in Pujari services at the Sri Sri Radha Rahman temple. I am engaged in all of these different services as an endeavor to please you, Srila Gurudev. As Srila Prabhupada mentioned in the letter that I just referred to, the key to success in spiritual life is to always endeavor to please the spiritual master. I know that I'm useless, and I don't say this as a show of false humility or to pretend that I am the servant of the servant. I am actually useless. The only useful part about me is that I'm trying to please you through my different service engagements, despite my limited capacity. Please give me your blessings and mercy so that I can continue to be engaged in devotional service, and then, hopefully one day, I may do something useful for you and for ISKCON too. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for your unwavering determination to spread Krishna consciousness and for being such an exemplary devotee that the whole world looks up to. You have so many responsibilities, being the head of the GBC Executive Committee and being a GBC member of so many different countries and zones throughout the world. Srila Prabhupada mentioned in a letter, I am very glad that you are taking responsibility for Krishna's sake. This is advancement of Krishna consciousness. So the more you take responsibility, Krishna is pleased on you. I am very glad that you are feeling such responsibility, and Krishna will bless you. April 9th, San Francisco, letter to Aniruddha. I can say it very emphatically that Lord Sri Krishna is pleased with you. This is evidence in the letter that Srila Prabhupada wrote to Aniruddha. You have so much responsibility within ISKCON, both locally here in South Africa and internationally as well. I have no doubt that you have pleased Srila Prabhupada and Lord Krishna, and I'm so proud to call myself your disciple. I am so happy to have taken shelter of your divine lotus feet, and I pray that this is where I can eternally be situated. In the Srimad Bhagavatam it is mentioned, a pure devotee of the Lord cannot be separated from the lotus feet of the Lord even for a moment. Such pure devotees of the Lord are as glorious as the Lord. They are, in fact, recommended by the Lord as more worshipable than he himself. Worship of the devotee is more potent than worship of the Lord. That's Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 13, Text 4, purport. Personally, Srila Gurudev, I feel that you are the epitome of this purport in the Srimad Bhagavatam. I have no doubt that you are a perfect, pure devotee, and that by serving you and staying sheltered at your divine lotus feet is the perfection of life. I am begging for your blessings and mercy so that I can continue with my different service engagements. May this message of love from my heart reach your heart. Happy Vyasa Srila Gurudev. Hare Krishna, your eternal servant. Yogendra Das.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Yogendra Prabhu. We're going to ask Shri Kalindi Mataji to come up. Shri Kalindi, is she still here? Okay. Shri Kalindi, then we're going to have Krishna Balaram Prabhu, Nandarani, and then all the way from Australia just to read Yogeshwari's offering. I mean, that's taking Raksha Bandhan a bit too far. But anyway, Sham Kishore, welcome back, Prabhu. He's going to be reading his offering as well as Yogeshwari's offering.
Hare Krishna, dearest Gurudev. Happy Vyasa, dearest Srila Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to the dust of your divine lotus feet. On this blessed occasion of your 71st Vyasa Puja, I'd like to begin by offering a prayer to you. I am a tiny part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, and I am always and in every way His eternal servant. I am always hoping for His mercy and kindness. I offer myself to His dearmost servitor, my spiritual master. This is the 8th year since I wrote my very first email to you, and my expectations of receiving a response was very low, as I understood that you were always very busy. I am ever so grateful to you until date for constantly being so available and caring towards us. I truly appreciate your presence in my life, as it is one with such a great impact. I am truly grateful to have such a wonderful association of my sweet God family. They are all such incredible devotees, and I can always learn so much from them. By your mercy, my services at Sri Srinivasa Gaura Hari are still intact, and it is my favorite of all services. Simply because of your causeless mercy, I am allowed there. Thank you for believing in me and in my capabilities. I would also like to thank you for allowing me to serve you personally. Never would have 13-year-old me thought that I would have come so far. I remember all our interactions, and on Gaur Purnima in 2015, I remember clearly sitting to your right. You gave the most beautiful class. I remember you kept looking at me so lovely, as a father would look at his child. I enjoyed the class so much, and since then your association has made such a significant impact. Creating a mentorship program for your disciples truly shows how much you care for us, and it is much appreciated. Every time I spend time with you, it feels as if this is what it would be like if Srila Prabhupada was around. You had such brief meetings with Srila Prabhupada, and it is incredible to see that despite the small number of meetings that you had with Srila Prabhupada, his impact was so powerful that you simply dedicated your life in service to him. I pray that one day I may be inspired enough as you were. You are so strong to preach so powerfully despite being away from your spiritual master's Vani form. You truly lead by example, and I pray to always improve my sadhana and also simply just be a better person day by day. Recently your health has not been of the best, and though not having you around any longer, the thought of not having you around any longer was horrific. I am so thankful that you so kindly and strongly conquered the challenges and the difficulties that were given to you by this material body. I pray in my humble capacity that you may always remain happy, healthy, and safe. I pray that you are protected by Lord Nrsingadev and that you are never in any pain. I hope you have the most wonderful 71st Vyasa Puja. Your eternal daughter and servant, Shri Kalindi Devi.
Hare Krishna Gurumaj. Please accept my obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Gurumaj, on this most auspicious day. Another year has passed, and we again a year in this most wonderful position of glorifying you. Over and over in all of Srila Prabhupada's books, we are reminded of the importance of serving the spiritual master. Although we try in our many ways of serving you, you seem to serve us. And as this battle looms, it seems we come short in comparison to the service you give to us, rather than the service we give to you. Although we are trying to grow in our spiritual experience, we are simultaneously feeling the pangs of material suffering. We are so grateful that on a daily basis we are able to experience your grace and be welcomed into a new day with you chanting the holy names. In the last 2 years, I have been observing how much attention you pay to nurturing devotees, the effort you put into it, and the time you take to bring devotees into the right paradigms. You're not menacing in your approach, and always pay such careful attention to ensure that you do not in any way disrupt the devotees' attention to practicing Krishna consciousness. As we see the results of that careful attention, I thank you for taking time to correct me, nurture me, and make me ready for Lord Krishna. Me, left to my own devices, is certainly a longer road to the destination. Although I sometimes do not get the message at the moment of impact, the conversations keep running through my mind, and I hope in time I'm able to get it. Of all the aspects of spiritual master and disciple interaction, I appreciate this personal reciprocation the most. Just recently I was going through Madhurya Kadambani and reading about Shubhada, where some good qualities start to shine through. In trying to understand it and how it becomes present in my life, I realize that when you are around and I am in your personal association, they shine through automatically. There is no extra effort that I need to exert for those qualities to become apparent. However, when you are not around, my efforts work harder to achieve a similar level. Many years ago, we used to daily travel to school from Ermelo to Staniton, and on the road we used to pass plantations of sunflowers. Going to school, we used to travel in an east-west direction, and traveling back, we used to travel in a west-east direction. As a result, the sunflowers used to always face us, and to see a full plantation of them was extremely beautiful when they are in full bloom. At that time, I did not think too much as to why the flowers always faced us. However, many years later, with the advent of internet, I looked it up. Sunflowers always follow the sun. As it moves, they get the maximum benefit. But most interesting is that during the night, they turn back to face the east, to again face the sun as it rises. I wish to have the greed of the sunflower, the need and desire to always be facing you and deriving maximum benefit. Please bless us to always be sheltered by you. Your servant Krishna Balaram Das Nitaya Nimai. Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna Gurumaj. Dearest Gurumaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. I recently came across the concept of BHAG. It's spelled B-H-A-G. The acronym for Big, Audacious, Hairy Goal. A term used by 2 researchers in relation to achieving organizational targets. I immediately thought of how Srila Prabhupada once said, "We should always be enthusiastic to try for shooting the rhinoceros. That way, if we fail, everyone will say, 'Never mind, nobody can shoot a rhinoceros anyway,' and if we succeed, then everyone will say, 'Just see, what a wonderful thing they have done.'" The point Srila Prabhupada was making was that as a consequence of trying to achieve something considered impossible, we could at least achieve something in the process. Furthermore, it opens up possibilities to achieve something remarkably wonderful. Gomraj, I believe that your current endeavor to bring the study of Srimad Bhagavatam to the general population of devotees is a BHAG, a big, audacious, hairy goal, or, as Srila Prabhupada put it, shooting for the rhinoceros. Some may question the validity of my statement. Why am I suggesting that this endeavor is a BHAG? I consider your endeavor to be a BHAG because, assuming that one chapter is covered every week, it will take a minimum of 6.5 years to complete this service. Not only is extensive time required, but it also requires significant effort, determination, and commitment on both the side of the teacher, yourself, and the students. A long-term commitment. You have displayed long-term commitment and determination throughout your decades of practicing Krishna consciousness. There are many examples. One of the most striking is your commitment and determination to follow the morning program. You are renowned for how regulated you are in your sadhana. The next is your long-term commitment and determination to studying Srila Prabhupada's books and teaching the devotees. Your ability to research and convey the messages of the Vedic literature to others is also striking. I have heard you being called Professor Bhakti Chaitanya Swami. My first experience of being in your association was listening to you give class every Wednesday at the Sri Sri Radha Rahman Temple of Understanding. He's agreeing. In those days, there was a regular midweek program. When it was time for class, you would get up onto the low Vyasa in a standing position, cross your legs, and then sit down cross-legged. I don't know if you remember that, Gomraj, but for some reason it always fascinated me. You would sing Jai Radha Madhava, recite prayers, and begin with class. Yes. Those programs were my first regular exposure to the philosophy. There was something sweet about the sparsely attended Wednesday program. I always learned something new, and it was often very funny. Fast forward almost 30 years later. I still find your classes interesting. I always learn something new, and it is often very funny. I see your long-term commitment and determination to teach from the books of Srila Prabhupada and the previous acharyas. I dreamed of studying the Srimad Bhagavatam, but resigned myself to the fact that it was not possible with my responsibilities. Then I heard that you decided to undertake the Bhakti Vaibhav studies online. The Chaitanya Charitamrita describes how Lord Chaitanya and his associates broke the seal and plundered the storehouse to taste the transcendental love of Krishna. Our founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada carried that storehouse across the world with his transcendental books. Gomraj, I feel that you are now plundering that storehouse by giving us access to systematically studying the Srimad Bhagavatam. Studying Srimad Bhagavatam is a lifetime goal and therefore qualifies as a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal. The word hairy is meant to signify the many loose threads or unknowns. The future is unknown to us, but I feel content that I can follow in your footsteps by growing my long-term commitment and dedication through studying the Bhagavatam. I must admit that the fact that a BHAG begins with the same 4 letters as Bhagavatam or Bhagavan, although coincidental, resonates with me. As the Paribhas Sutra of the Srimad Bhagavatam indicates, Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam, Srimad Bhagavatam 1:328. Lord Krishna is distinguished from other incarnations as the original personality of Godhead. Lord Krishna possesses all opulences known as bhaga in full. Whenever I encounter the term BHAG in organizational studies literature, it will serve as an udipan, a reminder of our dear Lord Krishna, the Supreme Person, and the glorious Srimad Bhagavatam, the mature fruit of the desired tree of Vedic literatures. Thank you for taking on this important service for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for giving access to those who may never have had the chance to ever study the Srimad Bhagavatam in this way. Thank you for taking us deeper into Srila Prabhupada's purports. Thank you for the preparation you do and the time you take to pause and ask, "Did you get that?" to ensure that the audience is not left behind. Thank you for shooting for the rhinoceros and taking on this BHAG. I am grateful to be studying the book Bhagavatam and the book Bhagavata under your guidance, the person Bhagavata. All I can do is hold onto your lotus feet and pray to follow in your footsteps and develop the long-term commitment and determination needed to undertake the service. Your fallen servant, Nandarani Devidasi. Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Radha Thakurani.
Hare Krishna, dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. All glory is at your lotus feet. Happy Vyasa Puja, beloved Gurudev. I'm very humbled and grateful to spend another transcendental year in your loving association. There is no greater gift than this. On this most auspicious day, there are so many wonderful qualities to glorify you, but I would be a fool to think that I could adequately sum up your greatness in a few words. Your mercy and greatness is beyond my meek understanding. You have so many great qualities, so I thought to attempt to glorify one that has impacted me the most, which is your wonderful leadership. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for being my leader and our loving spiritual father in ISKCON. It is probably the hardest job, yet you do it effortlessly, consistently, and with much love. A perfect gentleman and a perfect leader in every interaction and every situation. Even when some situations don't go to plan, your merciful leadership remains constant, always objective, always merciful, always moving forward, always remaining true to the highest standards, always having the greatest vision for our movement, always bringing devotees together, always inspiring love of Godhead, and so much more. Your transcendental knowledge of the scriptures and mercy to empower us with this highest knowledge every day, no matter what, is the greatest fortune and evidence of your magnanimous leadership. Thank you, my dearest spiritual master, for your constant ocean of mercy and your great leadership. I am so grateful that you took me under your merciful shelter and protection. What more could I ask for? I am eternally indebted to you, birth after birth after birth. Thank you for opening my darkened eyes and filling my heart with transcendental knowledge. I pray you are eternally engaged in loving devotional service at the lotus feet of our beloved lordships, and your health remains optimal daily. Your most fallen servant, Radha Thakurani Devidasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. So I'll first read Yogeshwari's offering. My dear merciful Master Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you on this auspicious day. Gurudev, you continue to show us that your devotion to Krishna never falters. You were in ICU recently and going through so much difficulty, yet your desire to chant remained fixed. You wanted to continue serving. You thought to give a class, even if just in your mind, and you desperately wanted to be back in the association of devotees. You were going through the worst, but by your example, you were able to inspire us all on how to always be focused on the highest goal, regardless of what life throws our way. You display the qualities of Namruchi, Vaishnava Seva, and Jivadoya in every part of your life. You have fully understood that chanting the holy names are the only way to achieve love of Krishna, and even when your body didn't allow you to complete your quota, you were able to still catch up all your rounds. This inspired me to do the same during my recent entrance into motherhood. You are living the message of Lord Chaitanya, and your attachment to the holy names is certainly unflinching. While you were still recovering, you started a Vaishnava etiquette course, and later a Bhakti Vaibhav course. You gave so much of your time for this service to the Vaishnavas. This was a gap in our community that you have filled. We are learning so much from these classes and are so grateful for this in-depth study of Shastra. You also serve the Vaishnavas by your role on the GBC and from all your personal interactions. This takes a lot of time, but is due to your intense mood of service and your selflessness. You have experienced the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You are not interested in only your own personal progress, but you want to share the same experience and mercy with others, Gurudev. You are a true Vaishnava, and everyone that receives this mercy from you is extremely fortunate. While in hospital, you could not stand to be away from devotees. This reminded me of the conversation between Ramananda Rai and Lord Chaitanya, which I think is one of your favorite pastimes. CC Madhya 8248. Dukha Madhya Kona Dukha Haya Gurutar Krishna Bhakta Viraha Vina Dukha Nahi Deki Para. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked, of all kinds of distress, what is the most painful? Sri Ramananda Rai replied, apart from separation from the devotee of Krishna, I know of no unbearable unhappiness. Gurudev, your body was going through so much pain, which is unbearable for most people, yet your greatest anxiety was being away from devotees. You are transcendental to this world, and you are already living the highest purpose. In order to progress as your students, all we have to do is observe you and try to learn from your perfect examples. You are showing us how to perfectly follow Srila Prabhupada's instructions, and you do so with ease and grace. Srila Gurudev, I pray that Lord Nrsimhadev keeps you in good health going forward, and that you'll never need to go through something like that ever again. And I selfishly pray that we will have many more years of your physical association in this world. Thank you for all that you do, Gurudev. Thank you for accepting me as your disciple. Please let me know how I can serve you. Your mercy is my only hope. Yours, Yogeshwari Devidasi. And Hare Krishna. Now for my humble offering. My dearest Srila Gurudev, Hare Krishna, please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet on this most auspicious day of your Sri Vyasa Puja. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. I am so grateful to be back in your precious personal association which I used to take for granted. The past 3 years have been quite eye-opening for me in many ways. What stood out for me was having to get used to associating with your divine grace more through Vani than via Vapu. It made me realize, being the neophyte that I am, that your personal association is like being in an ocean of spiritual enthusiasm and inspiration and joyful shelter. Associating with your divine grace from afar, through your instructions alone, is also very sweet, but it takes a lot more personal endeavor. I am far from being in a position where I can say that I get the same amount of nectar when I am away from you compared to when I am with you. Your personal association is, therefore, desperately needed for many more years. You are our strength, inspiration, and shelter. Without you, I will be lost in a dry desert. Guru Maharaj, your godbrothers and godsisters have a lot of love for you. During your bad health condition earlier this year, His Grace Burijan Prabhu would inquire about you on a daily basis. Burijan Prabhu said to our Gopinath Dham group at a kirtan meeting that we had for your divine grace's good health, that you are a lover of Braj, a dear friend, and a scholar. The last time I was with His Grace, he asked me to send him a report about your well-being and to send you his obeisances when I see you. Due to your mercy, I am so grateful to be developing a deeper relationship with my dear uncle, Burijan Prabhu, and serve him in some small way. You are so loved all over the world, Guru Maharaj, especially by us, your disciples. You have won our hearts. Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON is most sweet and is our home wherever we go. However, due to your expert association and leadership, there is a unique sweetness in our South African yatra, and wherever you preach, you really have a unique way of presenting Srila Prabhupada's sweetness wherever you go. I miss this a lot. I am truly grateful that your Bhakti Shastri lectures will always be available to us now that they are electronically recorded and uploaded. Now we have perfect explanations of Srila Prabhupada's books in video format that we can always refer to or revise in future by one of the best scholars in ISKCON, your divine grace. Completing Bhakti Shastri with your wonderful explanations and guidance was truly relishable. Thank you for giving us all this Bhakti Shastri nectar, Srila Gurudev. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for continuing to be our shelter through all the difficulties we have experienced. While so many wonderful devotees have left us in the past few years, you have kept us strong and guided us through it all. Your wisdom in trying times is always uplifting. On this auspicious day, I would like to recommit myself to Prabhupada's ISKCON, and I would sincerely like to make honest and authentic Krishna conscious progress, free from the bowstring of sentimentality and false ego. My desire is to strengthen my faith so that I may be able to make a significant difference to the life of others and to develop the stamina for more service. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for everything that you do for Prabhupada's ISKCON. Thank you for tolerating me. I beg for your merciful prayers and blessings, as this is my only hope for progressing in my Krishna conscious journey. I beg you to bless me with determination, strengthened faith, resilience, and honest realization of Prabhupada's books. Your grateful son, Shyam Kishore Das.
Thank you very much, Shyam Kishore Prabhu. We're going to have now Karuna Mai Devi Dasi. Then it's going to be Jagannath Prema, Bhakta Justin, Sushitala Radha Devi Dasi, Amrita Mani, and Madhavi Gopi. In that order, please. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Gurudev. Dearest Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine lotus feet on this most auspicious occasion of your Sri Vyasa Puja. Srila Prabhupada said in a letter to Jai Govinda on the 15th of October 1969, quote, "The source of strength is Krishna and his manifest representative, the spiritual master." He goes on to explain that we should never think that we are strong enough, but the source of strength is Krishna and his manifest representative, the spiritual master. We get this instruction from Chaitanya Charitamrita that we receive the seed of Krishna consciousness through the spiritual master and Krishna. Therefore, we should serve both simultaneously for a continuous supply of spiritual vitality. So you are now serving Krishna under the instruction of your spiritual master, so there will be no scarcity of supply of strength unless there is some weakness on your part in the matter of absolute faith in these two shelters. So if you still have some doubts in pinching your faith in the service of the spiritual master and Krishna, then you can clear it up. I am always prepared to assist you." Unquote. April 30th of this year was a test on different levels of my spiritual, intellectual, and emotional strength, Gurudev. Your deterioration post-surgery was one of the most challenging situations I was ever placed in. I had always prided myself in being able to think clearly when patients decompensate, or when things go wrong. I also prided myself on building a wall around my patients to avoid getting hurt when they die. However, all of this was put to the test, to its limits, on the fateful evening. Seeing your blood pressure, the same as that of a neonate, was frightening. Knowledge can be both a blessing and a curse. In this case, knowing all the possibilities of what could be happening to you was terrifying. I think the added pressure of you being my father and me being your dedicated doctor tasked to protect your health was all emotionally draining. I had to chastise myself to not allow myself to become overwhelmed with all the emotions and sift through them and be the professional I am expected to be. I had to repeatedly ask myself, why am I allowing myself to become so overtaken with emotions? In those moments, I fully realized why we are advised not to treat family members. I genuinely thought we were going to lose you. Devadeva Prabhu asked me, when I mentioned things are bad, just how bad is it? I just replied bad, and just asked the devotees to pray. I can safely say that without the mercy of the Vaishnavas and their sincere prayers, we would have lost you. What amazed me the most throughout the whole ordeal was your firm conviction in the process and your dedication to completing your rounds. You were being wheeled into theatre, you were in renal failure, with your urea being at levels where it would cause a patient to be completely disorientated and confused. You were in many respects confused, yet even during all of this, you clearly stated, quote, "Today is the first day I have not been able to complete my rounds," unquote. Devadeva Prabhu had mentioned, there are devotees all of the world chanting for you, and your response silenced us. Quote, "Well, that is nice, but I would like to be one of them," unquote. This made me realize how committed you are to chanting your japa and the vows you took at initiation. In CC Madhya 4.186, it is stated, quote, "This is the natural result of intense love of Godhead. The devotee does not consider personal inconveniences or impediments. In all circumstances, he wants to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead," unquote. In the purport, Srila Prabhupada explains, quote, "It is natural for those who have developed intense love for Krishna to not care for personal inconvenience and impediments. Such devotees are simply determined to execute the order of the spiritual master the Supreme Personality of Godhead, or his representative, the spiritual master. In all circumstances, even amidst the greatest dangers, they undeviatingly carry on with the greatest determination. This proves the intense love of the servitor. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 10:14-8, Tatte anukampam shushamik shamanam. Those who seriously desire to get free from the clutches of material existence, who have developed intense love for Krishna, are worthy candidates for going back home, back to Godhead. An intense lover of Krishna does not care for any number of material discomforts, scarcity, impediments, or unhappiness. It is said that when one sees apparent unhappiness or distress in a perfect Vaishnava, it is not at all unhappiness for him. Rather, it is transcendental bliss. In the Shishtakshtakam, verse 8, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has also instructed, Aslisya va padaratam pinastumam. The intense lover of Krishna is never deviated from his service, despite all difficulties and impediments brought before him. Every word in this purport describes your firm faith to Srila Prabhupada and your dedication to serving him, despite your personal difficulties. We were discussing in our Bhakti Vaibhav class about how the goal of our lives is to go back to Goloka Vrindavan. My goal, however, is just to serve you wherever you may go and assist you in your mission. Even if that means coming back many times, I am happy to do so. The issue of Shiksha Gurus was raised, where we should be taking more instruction and direction from our Shiksha Gurus as well. In some ways, I felt that devotees may see me as, quote, brainwashed into everything being the Guru, unquote. Then I came across His Holiness Giriraj Swami's class where he says, quote, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur has stated that the order of the spiritual master is the life and soul of the disciples. As a man cannot separate his life from his body, a disciple cannot separate the order of the spiritual master from his life. If a disciple follows the instruction of the spiritual master in that way, he is sure to become perfect. This is confirmed in the Upanishads. The import of Vedic instruction is revealed automatically only to one who has implicit faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his spiritual master. One may materially be considered an illiterate man, but if he has faith in the spiritual master as well as in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then the meaning of scriptural revelation is immediately manifested before him, unquote. I do not care if this firm conviction to serve you in all respects is seen as being neophyte or one-track minded. I am actually a neophyte who only knows one thing: aim to serve my spiritual master in whatever way he so desires and please him. On this most auspicious day of your divine appearance in this material world, I finally feel that all of my material qualifications have been of some use to you, you being the only reason that I actually studied medicine. I now have the intelligence to see Lord Krishna's hand in using me as an instrument in saving your life. I remain a worthless servant, and I have nothing left to do than to beg, plead, and if it's at all possible, even cry out for your mercy. Despite my continued lack of qualification, I know I have no other hope, yet I remain confident that there is every good reason to hope to someday become a proper servant to you, Shri Gurudev. Your eternal fallen daughter, Karunamaya Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. For those who've parked in the plot few doors away, 69, number 69, please can you make your way to bring your car into the parking lot here? You are allowed to do that now. You know, it's late now. So you can bring your car in here. Please, you can do so now. We're just going to, are we okay to go with the next speaker? Jagannath Prema Mataji.
How Haridas Thakur was beaten with a cane in 22 Marketplace. Despite being beaten, he still prayed to the Lord not to punish his tormentors. It was later explained that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was covering Haridas Thakur's back and protecting him so that he did not experience any suffering. My realization from this pastime was that as devotees, we encounter so many sufferings. However, we must remember to remain tolerant and have faith in the Lord's plan. This pastime also reminded me that Krishna always protects his devotees. Thus, my anxiety was relieved and I focused on chanting and praying for your recovery. Gurudev, you are one of the most faithful and confidential servants of the Lord and our transcendental professor of spiritual science. You are constantly teaching us fallen souls Vedic knowledge with all its intricacies and simplicities. We are foolish to think that you are a mere normal human being, for only through the Lord's immense compassion does he reveal himself through our spiritual master. Thank you, dearest Gurudev, for your love and compassion. Your foolish servant, Jagannath Premadas, Devidasi.
Hare Krishna devotees, we just had to shuffle a few speakers around, so we're going to have Sushitala. I'm not sure she's available. She's here. Sushitala, then we're going to have Amrita Mani, Madhavi Gopi, Indra Chaitanya, Sri Lakshmi Nrsimha Mataji, and then Bhakta Justin.
Hare Krishna, dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my most humble obeisances unto your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you. A very happy 71st Vyasa Puja to you, Srila Gurudev. This year I have sat and thought of how I can express my deepest gratitude unto you, but what you have given me can never be expressed through words. This year has not only been full of changes, especially materially, but more so a year of support. This Krishna consciousness which you have so mercifully connected me to is nothing but a home and a lifestyle that you have so expertly guided me through. It was always my desire to do something great enough to please Srila Prabhupada, and my first thought was that stayed in my mind from the time I was a small child was, Shitala, how many rounds are you chanting? And then you can take initiation like all the other young Vaishnavis. However, I was such a fool that the urgency of such a beautiful and special instruction was taken for granted for many years. When I sat in front of Radha Rahman, Srila Prabhupada and Guru, and the most appreciative moment unto you for accepting such an insignificant rascal like me. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for connecting me to this wonderful family and allowing me to serve our dearest lordships, as Guru means one who can give you Krishna. Bhagavad Gita 2.7. I have always felt that you have been there for me through all phases of life, even when you physically couldn't be near, through good and not so good health, and when you hardly had enough time for yourself. This made me realize that even though you are my master, You make it so homely, and you are the most selfless and compassionate to all living entities. I think of the rarest moments of service I received unto you, Gurudev, from the time I could remember at Sakshi Gopal Prabhu's house, which has been engraved in my material mind. That is the value of your association you so mercifully share in my life. How can I ever repay such compassion and love? How can I thank Krishna for giving me the knowledge and remembrance of these memories? Everything you have so selflessly done for me has just been to deepen my relationship with Krishna. In Bhagavad Gita 13:3, Srila Prabhupada states in the purport, Krishna's another name is Chaitanya Guru. Chaitya Guru. Chaitya Guru means the Guru who is situated within your heart. Krishna comes out as Instructor Guru or Initiator Guru outside, and he is sitting within the heart as Chaitya Guru. Krishna is ready to help you, help us, every one of us, in two ways, by the external Guru and internal Guru. Internal Guru is Krishna himself, and external Guru, his manifestation, the spiritual master. I pray to always remember this mood and carry myself with this meditation in mind. I hope to please Srila Prabhupada through my service and always serve you at the dust of your lotus feet, obey your instructions, and hopefully Srimati Radharani and Shyam Sundar will be merciful to this unworthy soul. Hare Krishna, your insignificant daughter, Sushitala Radha Devi Dasi.
Dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace on this most auspicious and blessed day of your appearance. Guru Maharaj, as I reflect on the last year, yet again it seems to be filled with many challenges and difficulties. Looking at the last year on a material level, somewhat feels like an ocean in which I am drowning in. Each time that I am pulled beneath the waves, my only hope and shelter is you, Guru Maharaj. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 26, Text 32 states, I quote, "The devotees of the Lord, peacefully fixed in absolute knowledge, are the ultimate shelter of those who are repeatedly rising and falling within the fearful ocean of material life. Such devotees are just like a strong boat that comes to rescue persons who are at the point of drowning." Unquote. Guru Maharaj, you have faced many extremely difficult situations of your own during the last year. Through all these difficult situations, your surrender to Krishna and Srila Prabhupada remains unshakable. Your unflinching faith in the holy names remains solid. Your desire and determination to serve Srila Prabhupada and the devotees always remains close to your heart. Through all your challenging situations, Guru Maharaj, you lead by practical example and teach us how to tolerate these situations and remain focused on the goal. That is, always remember Krishna and never forget him. Guru Maharaj, thank you for always being the strongest boat that I could ever ask for in this lifetime, that always comes to rescue me when I feel like I am drowning, even when you are going through the most difficult situations. On this most auspicious and blessed day of your Vyasa Puja, Guru Maharaj, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for tolerating all my shortcomings and still granting your unconditional love, care, and shade of your divine lotus feet. In the words of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, I quote, "If you examine me, you will find no qualities. Your mercy is all that I am made of. If you are not merciful unto me, I can only weep, and I will not be able to maintain my life." Unquote. My only wish is to remain under the cooling shade of your divine lotus feet, Guru Maharaj, engaged in some tiny service, lifetime after lifetime, eternally. Happy Vyasa Puja, my beloved father. With lots of love, your foolish daughter, Amritamani Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, dear Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, dear Gurudev. Thank you, Gurudev, for saving me from my own foolish desires to endeavor in this worthless material life. Whenever something happens in my life, I think to myself, thank Krishna, where would I be without the Lord, without Srila Prabhupada's mercy, without your mercy? You have such deep compassion for us, dear Gurudev. I will never be able to repay you for all that you have done for me and continue to do for me. Losing my father this last year has been hard, as I'm sure it is for all who go through it, who go through this experience. But having you as my spiritual father has made all the difference and has given me the courage I never thought I would have to strengthen my Krishna consciousness and deepen my relationship with the Lord and his dear devotees. Thank you for caring about my Krishna consciousness and me so much that you always think of us so kindly and generously like no one ever has. Thank you for everything you do for us, my dearest Gurudev. Thank you very much for everything you have done for me in my entire life. Hare Krishna, Madhavi Gopi Devidasi. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. There are still a few cars parked at number 69. So they haven't sent us the number plate, but you probably know who you are. The problem is that there are tenants on that property who now need to lock the gate. So if I can encourage any drivers to please go to number 69, and you can actually now bring your car into the yard here, into the ISKCON property.
Hare Krishna, dearest Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine lotus feet. Happy 71st Vyasa Puja. On this most auspicious and momentous occasion, I can only appreciate everything you have done for Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON and for showering your causeless mercy upon me. Throughout the past year you have faced various challenges, but you have remained determined as ever, nothing shaking your determination to continue preaching. Despite your recent health issues, you continue to preach every single day, giving us your priceless association during japa and during the various lectures you give. I was fortunate enough to spend some time with you last year, and I attempted to feebly serve you. Through all my mistakes and offenses, you remained forever compassionate and merciful. I personally witnessed how you engaged your body, mind, and consciousness 24/7 in thinking about the Lord and serving your spiritual master. This was greatly inspiring to me. You remain unattached to any material objects, and you engage all of your possessions in Krishna's service. You continue to lead by your example, and I continue to remember the time you spent with me and my family at our home in Marlborough. Were it not for your association, I do not know where I would be today. I continue to helplessly float in this ocean of material existence. Despite all the difficulties that I may face within my life, you continue to remain the most steady and merciful savior within my life. Srila Prabhupada said in a lecture on Bhagavad Gita in Melbourne, June 29, 1974, therefore, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Guru Krishna Kripai Pai, we should always remember that by the mercy of Krishna, we get Guru, and by the mercy of Guru, we get Krishna. So we have to seek mercies of both of them. In the same mood, I humbly beg of your mercy. I wish to only engage myself in service to you, Srila Prabhupada, and this most glorious Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I am eternally indebted to you, and I am trying to assist you in a feeble way in assisting Srila Prabhupada to spread this movement in my very own minute way. I pray to always remain under the shade of your lotus feet and to serve all the Vaishnavas and to follow you to the holy Dham of Sri Vrindavan Dham. All glories to you, dearest Guru Maharaj, your unworthy servant, Indra Chaitanya Das.
Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on this special day of your Sri Vyasa Puja. Recently, in an online class, you answered a question about the transfer of karma from a disciple to the spiritual master at the time of Harinam Diksha. As you explained, at this time, the devotee surrenders himself at the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord through the Lord's representative, the spiritual master. The spiritual master, as the empowered representative of Lord Krishna, and acting on the Lord's behalf in a mood of deep compassion, takes the sinful reactions of the disciple, and by the fire of his own intense devotional service, burns up the reactions to these sins. In a momentary reflection, you commented that shortly after every initiation ceremony, you and your godbrothers feel the effects of the transfer of karma from disciple to spiritual master. I felt flooded with guilt and deep gratitude that you have accepted me as your duly initiated disciple to guide me on this journey of developing my relationship with the Supreme Lord, at truly no benefit to you, but all benefit to me. By the mercy of trying to follow your example and instructions, I am connected to all the support I need to maintain my sadhana, study Srila Prabhupada's books, engage in service, develop nourishing relationships, and serve on special platforms to make an impact. I feel your confidence in me, your trust that I will do my best, and constantly feel your presence and prayers for my protection. I don't want to let you down. I know I have this entire life to offer and contribute to Srila Prabhupada under your guidance and the guidance of the senior devotees. And I love this new sheltered phase of my life where I am growing spiritually and more deeply internally in ways I never did before. Thank you, Srila Gurudev. Every moment in my life has been the training ground that has brought me to this point by Lord Krishna's mercy. Everything that I have, including you, Srila Gurudev, is by Lord Krishna's mercy. Even the long hours and mind-numbing responsibilities at work are all part of a greater endgame to dovetail into the future of ISKCON. Although I currently feel limited in my time and abilities, I know if I stick at this path of trying to follow your vision for me, with the Supreme Lord and Srila Prabhupada at the center, and stick to trying my best, I will slowly move in the direction that Lord Krishna has planned for me. As you have said, stickability is an important character trait for spiritual life. What an exciting adventure to be on with you, Srila Gurudev, as I keep learning more about being a servant of the devotees and try to practice what I learn. Thank you for being the best teacher, strict and stern in your disposition, but also full of love, compassion, understanding, and encouragement. You once explained to me that the spiritual master comes into the disciple's life by the divine arrangement of Krishna, and the glue which keeps the two connected over time and distance is something completely spiritual. I, as the disciple, pray for the spiritual master to enter my heart. The spiritual master prays the same for the disciple, and in this way the relationship deepens. The glue is the common mission to develop our relationship with Lord Krishna, which we do by serving the instructions of Srila Prabhupada and by serving Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON, which means not only looking after my own sadhana, but also sharing Krishna consciousness with others. I pray that Lord Krishna and Srila Prabhupada always bless me with the intelligence to remain fixed on the goal, to develop my relationship with the Supreme Lord and serve Srila Prabhupada's mission. If I can always remember this goal, then I can naturally pray for your shelter, Srila Gurudev, because I know you are perfectly Krishna conscious and the perfect teacher in Krishna consciousness who can help me move towards this goal. I gratefully wish to follow you, to be a worthy disciple, to advance in Bhakti Yoga, and hopefully one day reach the end goal with which we started our journey together. Thank you for all that you are and all that you do for the benefit of everyone in this world. I am constantly praying for your good health and spiritual strength. Your aspiring servant, Sri Lakshmi Nrsimha Devi Dasi.
Hare Krishna devotees, we've reached the penultimate offering for Gurudev by Suniti Devi Dasi. Then we've got Bhakta Justin, who's going to do an offering, and we're going to round it off with a offering from His Holiness Giriraj Swami, an email that just came through, and Jarikanda Sevika Devi Dasi will read that offering to us. So please just be around the front, Mataji. If I can call, please, Suniti Mataji to come read her offering. Oh, she's here. Thanks.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Namo Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami iti namine. Hare Krishna devotees, Pancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Please accept my obeisances. My dear spiritual father and most merciful Guru Maharaj, today I consider myself to be the most fortunate to stand before you and offer my words of appreciation. There were times in the past few months when I remember thinking that I should not take for granted the opportunity to serve you, my dearest Guru Maharaj. I reminded myself that you are forever present in your instruction, and I clutched at my japa beads, trying to be a dutiful servant. When you were ill in the last few months, I was in Shida Mayapur. I felt helpless, restless, I couldn't sleep. I would walk every day from Rasamrita Kunj to the temple, and I would sit in Radha Madhava's courtyard in my favorite spot where I could see Lord Nrsimhadev. And every day I would chant my rounds in front of him, and I would pray, and I would beg and beg and beg, please protect my dear father, His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami. It was all I could do, Guru Maharaj, and I am so grateful that you are well and that we are here with you and we are able to glorify you and celebrate your Vyasa Puja. Today I take this opportunity to glorify you. To glorify the spiritual master is truly one of the most ecstatic and fulfilling activities in Krishna consciousness. To me, you are the best spiritual father in all the worlds, and I hanker for your guidance, instruction, and mercy. To me, you are my hero. A hero saves one in distress. Every single day, you save me by giving me shelter. To me, you are the best at sharing the pastimes of the Lord. I am certain that everyone here is as eager as I am when we celebrate Govardhan Puja and we relish the moments as you share the glories and the pastimes of the Lord. Everyone loves it when you gleefully say, Aniyo, Aniyo, Aniyo. I look forward to it. To me, you are incredibly kind and endlessly merciful. To me, you are a Prabhupada man, always persistent in preaching and forging forward as a soldier for our dear Srila Prabhupada. Our great Acharya, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, has shared so many transcendental literature. I would like to read the English translation to the song Gurudev as a sincere offering to you from my heart, dear Guru Maharaj. Translation. Gurudev, O spiritual master, give to this servant just one drop of mercy. I am lower than a blade of grass. Give me all help. Give me strength. Let me be as you are without desires or aspirations. I offer you all respects, for thus I have the energy to know you correctly. Then, by chanting the holy name in great ecstasy, all my offenses will cease. When will such mercy fall to this one who is weak and devoid of intelligence? Allow me to be with you. If you examine me, you will find no qualities. Your mercy is all that I am made of. If you are not merciful unto me, I can only weep, and I will not be able to maintain my life. Lastly, I will share a deep prayer which I know only you, Guru Maharaj, can help me with. 3 years ago, at your Vyasa Puja, you gave me Harinam initiation. The mercy you extended to me was infinite, and it changed my life. This very fallen servant has led a very mixed life of experiences in this material world. As I approach my 40th birthday, my only desire in my heart is that my next 40 years, or however long I have in this material world, is to be completely Krishna conscious. Only you can help me with that, Guru Maharaj. So please grant me this prayer. Your very fallen servant, your disciple, your daughter, Suniti Devi Dasi.
That's perfect. Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's perfect. Mukham karoti vachalam pangam langayate girim yat kripa tamaham vande Shri Gurum Dinataranam. Without eyes, there's nothing that you own, but you've got it all. Vrindavan is your home, and you leave an open door for one and all. You leave an open door for one and all. From your side, there's nothing more to gain. With my eyes, your smile is all I know. I can't find a single flaw. I can't find a single flaw. Yeah, you came from a Rolls Royce ghost to sleeping on the London wood floors, cleaning up the Bury Place thrones, showers out in ice cold storms, cutting off the ties back home for tasting the nectar that's worth more than gold. For tasting the nectar that's worth more than gold. All that I pray to be is a drop of your Saranagati onto his divine lotus feet. What more could this human life achieve? What more could this human life achieve? Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Charikanda. Oh, can we ask you to read Maharaj's offering?
Hare Krishna Maharaj. His Holiness Giriraj Swami sent me his offering this afternoon, and he'd like for me to read it to you. My dear Bhakti Chaitanya Swami, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to your wonderful service to him. Happy Vyasa Puja. When I consider the trajectory of your devotional career from when I met you until now, I am filled with wonder and delight. When I first met you in South Africa, you were a solid brahmachari named Raghubir Das. Working with you was always a pleasure for me. You exhibited such good qualities. In time, you took responsibility for various preaching programs and projects, such as the Yovel Center. One thing you did for me, which I never forget, was giving me an early translation of Srila Sanatan Goswami's Brihat Bhagavat Amrita. Until then, I had read only Srila Prabhupada's books, but I had faith in you and knew that you would not lead me astray. My health was not so good then, and I would go to a park in Johannesburg near the Hillbrow Temple and read. And as I became more absorbed in the book, I began to envision features of the park, its ponds and hills, as Radha Kund and Shamakund and Govardhan Hill. And the book awakened my taste for reading more works of the previous acharyas. In time, you taught at the VIHE in Vrindavan, where I had more of your saintly, scholarly association, both in the classroom and on parikrama. During the Gaur Purnima festival in Mayapur in 1994, I was pleased, on behalf of Srila Prabhupada, to award you sannyas, the renounced order of life, and give you the name Bhakti Chaitanya Swami. A personal highlight for me was when you came to spend with me at my time with me at my ashram in Carpinteria in January 2005. I loved our walks together and the video you showed us. Gradually, you started to preach outside South Africa and India. In 1998, you became a GBC member, and you have served and preached in such places as Angola, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Swaziland, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Estonia, and acted as the co-GBC for Mauritius, Northwest Russia, Eastern Siberia, Western Siberia, and the Baltic states, as well as South Africa. And you served as the GBC chairman in 2002 to 2003, and again in 2010 to 2011. We also met in Mayapur for the Sangha of Gurus, GBCs and Sannyasis, and we got to do service together there too. Over the years, you have come to lead parikramas in Vrindavan and produce high-quality books with superb images and excellent text, including my favorites, Vrindavan, the playground of God, and Govardhan, the hill that fulfills all desires. Recently, since the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic and lockdown, I've had the opportunity to join you on Zoom conferences and relish your association there. And of course, we often have interesting spiritual discussions by email in relation to the philosophy and practice of Krishna consciousness and spreading of Krishna consciousness in various places. During your recent illness, I was extremely concerned about your condition, and I was intensely praying for you. And I sent you a video message and reflections on dealing with serious illness demonstrate your wise, philosophical, Krishna-conscious outlook. Quote, "We have to pray to the Lord to help us deal with the situation in Krishna consciousness and learn whatever lessons He wants us to learn from the experience. We really have to pray like that, because Krishna is not a whimsical person, particularly if something major is presented to us, which just monopolizes our life. There must be something to learn. So we have to pray to Krishna to be able to handle it in Krishna consciousness. And we have to pray to Krishna, please give me the intelligence to see what lessons I should learn from this. And if we really pray like that, Krishna will respond and things will become more clear. This material body is not a good place to inhabit. As devotees, we know we are not these bodies. We're eternal spirit souls. But still, what a propensity we have to identify with the body and feel that our happiness or distress is dependent on our bodily circumstances. It is deeply ingrained. We do not know how many dozens, hundreds, thousands, or millions of lifetimes we've been in the material world and in material consciousness. And these things go deep, really deep. So we have to pray to Krishna, help me to handle this in Krishna consciousness and not lose control. We are still prone to optimism about the material body, to have some expectations, or at the very least have some fairly strong hopes that I will not be able to get into a nice bodily condition. And when I'm in a nice bodily condition, I'll be happy. But one important thing is to understand and really accept in our hearts is that this world is not our home. Here we're something like a fish out of water. Prabhupada gave the example that a fish won't be happy no matter what material facility it gets. It will remain unhappy because simply it is in the wrong environment, out of the water. So we're like fish out of water, and when a fish is out of water, the fish dies. It takes a little while. It doesn't happen immediately, but in a while the fish becomes so overwhelmed that it dies. So like this, when people are absorbed in material life, step by step, they die spiritually. Of course, you can't exactly die because we're all eternal, but our Krishna consciousness, our spiritual nature, becomes so covered that we're just totally disconnected from Krishna and lost in the material world. Serious disease helps us drive this point deeply into the heart." Unquote. I miss your personal association, Maharaj, and I pray that as the pandemic subsides, I am able to travel again. We will meet in person, most likely in Mauritius and in India, by Srila Prabhupada's grace, in his service. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna, your eternal servant, Giriraj Swami.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you for staying the course with us and being with us until the end. But of course, you know what happens at the end. It's always the best part. And the best part is when we have our dear Srila Gurudev address us for his Vyasa Puja, his main Vyasa Puja address. Gurudev, your words always have such an impact on us. And we just want to say thank you for being with us for the entire day. We know it's been a testing day, trying day, tiring day for you, and we really appreciate the fact that you are still here. And we await to hear your pearls of wisdom from us. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, okay, I guess that's all right. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharne Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastya Tyadeja Tarne Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivas Adi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Devotees, what a day. It's been quite a day, but it's only 6:30, 6:45. The night is young. I thought everyone had left, but suddenly the place is just about full. Are these heaters working? Is it actually on, this one? Oh, it is. Oh, that's very good. Well, you know, if you want to stay warm, one way is to get about, 10 kilos or more of garlands, probably more, and just put them on. And I tell you what, you'll be warm. Yeah. So, yes, well, those words of Giriraj Maharaj, His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj, very wonderful, very profound, and very encouraging. Very encouraging. You know that maybe everyone, if not everyone, just about everyone today has been at least part of the time talking about my whole medical episode at the end of April going into May. And I hope next year there's something happier to talk about, that everyone can talk about, rather than that. But, as Giriraj Maharaj pointed out, for devotees, those who are trying to be devotees, trying to become devotees, trying to become proper devotees or real devotees, however we might put it. Yes, well, when there's some major episode in our lives, then it's definitely Krishna, and it's not just some sort of haphazard, whimsical happening that just happens at all. There's a message. There may be many messages, and for many there may be messages about our lives in Krishna consciousness, and what we need to do and what we need to not do, and these types of things. And that episode, yes, it was amazing, actually. You know, I don't want to sort of relive it again, but just it was amazing. And we have a sort of standard analysis or understanding of why such things happen. But, I mean, the standard analysis, which it's just there, is that it's the disciples' fault. It's the disciples' fault. That's the standard perspective, pretty much. But it's not necessarily entirely true. Of course, there'll be elements of truth in it at least, but we should not be quick to just write off the disciples, or, that would be really a forced analysis. There are many factors. And for the disciples, there are different factors. And of course, one of those factors has to be, should be, but really has to be that because we're linked, the spiritual master and the disciples, because we're linked, really just inextricably linked. It is really, talk about an umbilical cord, it's an unbreakable one, really. So that's a worthy subject for reflection, shall we say. It's a worthy subject for reflection for the disciples, and it's almost inevitable that there's at least some truth in it, because to do everything just right in Krishna consciousness, unless you're on some sort of really very elevated level of Krishna consciousness, there must be some things wrong. And the tendency is in Krishna consciousness, when there's something wrong, then it has some impact, and when there's something right, there has some impact too. And in other words, everything really has its impact on our lives. So, I don't want that disciples get into some mood, like I mentioned at the beginning, it's the disciples' fault. Because it's not as simple or as cut and dried as that. But still, like I just mentioned last couple of minutes, still, it's definitely valid food for thought and for reflection, and just to look at how I am doing, and there's always room for improvement. Even Srimati Radha Rani is making spiritual advancement every day and going through different things. Krishna abandoning the gopis and the rasa dance. So if there are things to learn for Srimati Radharani and the gopis, what to speak of us? There's plenty to be learned. And therefore, when these dramatic things happen, we must reflect, not in a mood of paranoia or something of that sort, just like excessive guilt, because you can become, you could say, kind of paralyzed or partially paralyzed by guilt. Although there may be some scope for guilt, but you can overdo it too. And I really wouldn't want, and I don't want, that any of you get into that sort of mood. But please be thoughtful and continue to be thoughtful. Because on one hand, there's implication there. There's implication because of the depth of the relationship I mentioned, like this powerful umbilical cord, the depth of the relationship between the spiritual master and the disciples. It is really something powerful and deep. So, yeah, food for thought. But on the other hand, devotees, on the other hand, and I've mentioned it before on the same occasion in the past, at least a couple of times I recall, is that if the disciples, not if, but when the disciples do very nice service and are practicing very nicely and maintaining the standards very nicely, and like this, the spiritual master gets benefit. Then the disciples, the good disciples, become assets. Yes. And Srila Prabhupada, a number of you have mentioned about the course we just started a month or two ago, whatever it was, about 5 or 6 weeks ago, Bhakti Vaibhava, there was mention of, well, anyways, a number of you have mentioned the value of it, but we haven't got there yet. But in the 4th canto is the story of Dhruva Maharaj, who after some time goes back to Godhead. But as he's about to just take off in the Vaikuntha airplane, there's a fleet of Vaikuntha airplanes which came, and as his one is about to take off, he sees his mother, Suniti, approaching to try to get on one of the other ships, and he tells them, the people, the Vaikuntha Vasis who came to get him, he tells them, please wait and take her, and they take her. So Srila Prabhupada there is a famous purport. Some of you may be familiar with it if you've already studied the Bhagavatam to some degree. And definitely when we get there in a couple of years, we'll explore this whole pastime. But Srila Prabhupada there, he makes this point in a very straightforward way. Or actually not just straightforward, but an extremely humble way and profound way. Srila Prabhupada makes the point that in a certain sense, Suniti, the mother, was a type of spiritual master for Dhruva. I mean, not really, in the sense we use the term usually of spiritual master, but in a sort of preliminary sense, showing the way, pointing out what is the way even. And she did that for Dhruva. And if she hadn't done that, who knows what would have happened to Dhruva if he didn't go to the forest. But he only went because she suggested it or mentioned it. So yes, she acted as a type of spiritual master, definitely. And then at the end, Dhruva, as the disciple, you could say, in a certain sense of the term, Dhruva, he delivered his spiritual master. If he hadn't stopped them, they probably would have all just taken off and just left her. But they didn't. They stopped and they took her, and she went back to Godhead by the mercy of Dhruva, her disciple. So Srila Prabhupada there very, very humbly and very beautifully expresses himself that he feels himself, unqualified or whatever you might say. Something like that. He feels himself like that. And he's praying, he's hoping that some of his disciples will become like Dhruva Maharaj and deliver him. This is Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada had different moods at different times, and many times they were just incredibly profound, just unbelievably profound. And that was one of them. So we have to take it seriously. The principle we have to take seriously, because it's a very important principle, that the good disciple will help the spiritual master. The good disciple is an asset. The actual bad disciple, the devious disciple, is a real, it's very negative for the spiritual master. But the good disciple it's extremely beneficial for the spiritual master to have such good disciples. So, my perspective in general, it's just in a broad sense. You know, everyone's an individual, but looking in a broad sense over my disciples, as I do regularly, and just look over the lists of their names and just consider how they're doing, and maybe make some inquiry from time to time how they're doing. You know, of course, I've had a number of disciples, not many, but some, who have deviated and become nonsenses, unfortunately. Not a lot, fortunately, but unfortunately, there have been a few who've become, I don't know about Ritviks, maybe, well, I don't think so, not that I'm aware of, but, you know, Gaudiya Mat, the Babajis, and all of these groups, you know, who just, they're just the wrong groups to be part of. I mean, they really are. So there have been a few like that, not many. But on the whole, broadly speaking, I generally feel very happy with my disciples. I do. And that's not just me being nice or something like that. That's being objective, actually, because you know, this is a subject one has to be objective with. So yes, I find that generally the great majority of my disciples are very nice and very sincere indeed, and I feel happy that they're my disciples, and I feel I'm benefited by having them as my disciples. But, you know, seeing that whole medical thing was sort of the fundamental theme of so many of the offerings, my gosh. I just want to say that they're different things. They're different angles of vision which are possible. We're not Krishna, so, you know, we can't really just say, oh, it was for that reason, or it was for some other reason. But there's definitely many possibilities. I mean, not just possibilities, but actually quite reasonable assumptions, you could say, based on our understandings of how Krishna consciousness works, how Krishna works. And I took it, I take it, and since then, and just today, actually, as the program's been going on, and yesterday and the day before, for some of the time, you know, now and then, over the last so many days and weeks, I've been reflecting on what I need to do, not just what the disciples need to do, but although there are definitely things, that I've been reflecting on what I need to do, because there are things I need to do. Yes, there are things I need to do. You know, we're trying our best, but our best is limited by, at least oftentimes it's limited by just our shortcomings, our conditioning, and, you know, the past catching up with us, that sort of thing. So please, from that whole matter, don't get into just a thing about how it's the disciples' fault, because it's not just that simple. They're different things. They're different things, and it's good to contemplate and consider what are some of those things and learn from them. I mean, for myself, you know, there I was in the hospital, and I, you know, of course, over the last almost 50 years now, I've been sick on numerous occasions, colds and flus and that sort of thing. Of course, I'm susceptible to, and I had 2 other prostate operations. Yeah. And pretty unpleasant. The first one, I was ordered, I had to lie on my back 24/7. And, you know, eat and drink, lying. You're not allowed to sit up at all, just flat. And, you know, that was for, I think, 3 days, something like that. Ah, Krishna, what an experience. So, yeah, there were these 2 other operations, and they had their problems and unpleasantness. This one was special, I must admit. It really was special. And even during those other ones, the 2 operations, and what to speak of the times almost every year I'd get some sort of flu. But I was always able to, actually I was always able to get up. I was always able to get up and take a bath and dress and chant my rounds. But there I was in that hospital. And, you know, I was really trying. But the system, the physical system, was just so sort of battered that I just, despite my best efforts, you know, like a round was taking at least a couple of hours. And I couldn't chant 16 rounds every day for a few days. So then someone was generous enough to mention just in this evening, how I caught up afterwards. And it's true, I did. And I really felt good about that. There were 1 or 2 devotees who said, don't worry about it. But I decided I must catch up, so I did. And, you know, since then, since I caught up, which was a couple of months ago, I've been doing, other than 1 or 2, just a small handful of days, I've been doing extra rounds every day. I did some extra rounds today already. Yeah. So I feel I've learned that's been a plus, because I used not to do extra rounds sometimes, but not like every day or practically every day. And it's been literally practically every day since then. Today, not much, just 2 rounds. Yesterday 3 rounds, the day before also 3, but other days 4 rounds, 5, 6, occasionally 8 rounds extra. And it's something I've learned, you could say, from that whole experience, the whole experience of being so smashed physically and just not able to do it, and then catching up. So that, in its kind of unusual way, that has become an impetus, I would say, to improve my Krishna consciousness a little. But yeah, right. But a little, actually, you know, I really feel it has helped me. So, you know, I feel, not that I'm going to just belabor you all on and on about this whole thing, but I feel that there are positive things, among other things, there are positive things we can all learn from this experience. You know, you all went through it with me in your own ways. And in this way, it can be something like a building block, a stepping stone for progress in our Krishna consciousness. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. So, if I hadn't got into that bizarre situation, I wouldn't have got this impetus. And I think if you all consider it in these types of terms, you'll see that it's something which has helped you, or at least if you now adopt this sort of idea to consider what can I learn to help me progress from this whole experience, then it will, the whole thing will be something which helps you progress. And that's good. That's very good. So, but you could say, enough of that for the time. Enough of that. Just enough of that. We can put that subject to rest. But no, don't just do that. But do try and consider it in these positive terms of what you may have learned. And if nothing else, judging by what so many of you have said today, and others have said at other times too, it has deepened our relationship, particularly on the level of the heart, on the level of affection, concern. Srila Prabhupada, when he was in his very last days, and his health was, far worse than mine was, Srila Prabhupada, he actually told the devotees who were with him that this is, partly at least, this is Krishna's plan to bring us closer. Yes. And it's like that. It's like that. That when Krishna left the gopis, and the gopis got into anxiety, and sometimes the gopis, like when Krishna was captured temporarily by the Kaliya serpent, and all the bridge buses, they got into transcendental anxiety. But at the end, at least at the end of when Krishna left the gopis in the rasa dance, Krishna told them that I did this to bring you closer to me, by arousing this anxiety, intense anxiety. So in our own little ways, that's part of the picture with this thing. And if we see it like that, if we understand it like that, then it becomes a stepping stone for progress and development. Yeah. Now, of course, I pray Krishna doesn't send too many of such wonderful lessons. One's enough for the time being. Thank you. But at least we can consider like that. So, like I said, I take you all very seriously as devotees. I know that not all of you here are my disciples. A few of you are Kadambakana Maharaj's disciples. Oh, and there's Gandharvaka Sundari, who's a disciple of Giriraj Maharaj. Haribol. Kimanya. Korak. Way. Misericordia Krishna. Anyway. Yeah. So, of course, those who are actual initiated disciples of the spiritual master, there's a special connection. There is a special connection. But, you know, in so many cases, I know so many of our spiritual masters, and some of them I know really, really well. But they don't think so much. I mean, they're aware, but they're not really like, it's not like an issue. This is my disciple, but this one's not. So, you know, we're all in this together as members of Prabhupada's family. Although those who are actually initiated, there's a special bond. There's a special bond, which is just natural. Srila Prabhupada was asked once, actually Giriraj Maharaj told me years ago when he was directly involved here, might have been the 80s even, or at least the early 90s. He told me of one incident with Srila Prabhupada, that one gentleman in India, you know, pious Hindu businessman type, asked Prabhupada, why are you trying to build temples? Why are you trying to build temples? In India there's so many temples. Why do we need more? We don't need more temples. We got plenty. We got at least enough. But no, you know, we don't need more. Why are you bothering with that? And Srila Prabhupada asked him, are you a married man? And the man said, yes. Do you have children? Yes. And Prabhupada asked him, why do you have children? There's so many children. Why did you have to make more? You know, there's enough without you making a couple or a few or whatever. Yeah, why? And Prabhupada said, because they're your children. So, of course, Prabhupada was talking about the temples, that these were, they're our temples. And that means something, definitely means something. So when there are disciples who are our disciples, it means something. It's not that it's not like it's all one and just we're oblivious. So there's a special link, but there's also links and deep links, connections with all the devotees, and particularly with those devotees who may not be the official initiated disciples, but they want to have a relationship, and they, you know, they do have a relationship, and they make an effort to interact and, you know, like that, and render some service. Yes. So like this, Srila Prabhupada's family is really an amazing family. It's a really amazing family in that even though the directly initiated disciples of myself in this case, there's a special link there. But actually we're all together. We're very much all together. And we should, we can have, and in so many cases we will have, and we do have, deep, meaningful relationships, important and wonderful, beautiful, with the devotees who are not either our disciples or not our god brothers and god sisters like that. And that's stories of Srila Prabhupada's family. I remember the first time I ever went to the former Soviet Union, I went to a country called Latvia, and I went to and stayed in the temple there, big temple in the capital city called Riga, and there I was, and I couldn't speak a single word of Russian, and every devotee, but it was a Russian movement, and everyone was speaking Russian. only. There were a couple of devotees who spoke English, but otherwise 90-something% couldn't speak a word. But we got on so well. We got on so nicely. I learnt a bit of sign language and that sort of thing. Yeah, and it was just really nice. Because we're all part of Prabhupada's family. So, being a spiritual master has upsides and downsides. As Bhakti Vaibhava Maharaj said, and in many ways it's true, but it's not just, the absolute perspective. He said that in the relationship between spiritual master and disciple, there is mercy and there is a burden. And he said, the disciples get the mercy and the spiritual master gets the burden. But it's not absolutely like that. And, I've already mentioned this evening that when I see my disciples progressing, then I feel very good. I really feel very good. Progressing means developing in terms of their spiritual practices, their chanting, and their preaching, their studying, developing different services in Prabhupada's movement, doing things. I feel very good. Like we have here Govardhan Prabhu, who is even though a number of devotees, I think it's just old habit dies hard, they've been referring to me as the GBC for South Africa. Govardhan Prabhu is the GBC for South Africa, actually. I mean, I'm there, I'm there. It's not that I've given it all up at all, but, not that I've given it all up, but what a service he's doing. What a service he's doing. And I just feel so happy, so satisfied. Thank you. And I know there are many GBC members, like the most senior devotees in Prabhupada's movement, basically, who really appreciate Govardhan tremendously in his service. And that is just, if all my disciples I've initiated, it's approaching 1,400, if they were all like Govardhan, wow, I would have gone back to Godhead by now. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Such disciples are assets with a capital A and a capital S and another capital S. And it's all in capitals. It's a fact. It really is. So, disciples, and all of you who are sitting here this evening, please know that I'm actually watching all of you. I'm not just my disciples. All the South African devotees generally, I keep an eye on and keep tabs on to some degree. But in South Africa, there's so much scope for developing the Krishna consciousness movement. There's just so much scope. In the African community yesterday, we did a program, Dineshwar Krishna Prabhu. He's organizing these programs it's one branch of UJ, of the University of Joburg. And what a program it was. And every single student who was participating was African-bodied. without exception. And they were intelligent people, and they were really nice and really interested. There's so much scope in South Africa for developing the Krishna consciousness movement. I remember when I showed Nelson Mandela around the Radha Rahman temple, whenever it was, gosh, years and years ago, in the 90s, he just got out of prison, whenever that was. So he came, and I got to show him around, so I showed him around, and we were sitting, he came over we entered the temple through the main entrance, and then came and he bowed down to Srila Prabhupada, and we looked around the temple room a little, and then we sat on the other side, near the deities, but on, when you're facing the deities on the right-hand side. We were sitting there, and he was asking a few things, and he's looking at Prabhupada, and maybe it was just a studied and practiced way, like by an experienced actor, I don't know. But it sounded sincere. He sort of leant over. He's looking at Prabhupada, and he asked me, how did he do it? How did he do it? And how did he do it alone? And of course I explained that, actually I told him that just like you've been a revolutionary, he was a revolutionary, but a spiritual one. And Nelson Mandela appreciated that. And he saw Food for Life, the kitchens at the back there, the open kitchen. And he spent an extra, I don't know, hour or two. He went and looked down there. Anyway, I'm just saying, there's huge potential here for spreading Krishna consciousness. And I know the majority of you are householders, and that remains your first, your family remains your first responsibility. We don't want you just running off like devotees used to do way back in the early days and just sort of abandon their children for service. Your children, your family, they're your first service, but try and get yourselves together so that you can help with the spreading of the Krishna consciousness movement. That's where the nectar is. I mean, not that your family's not nectar. I was wondering how you'd respond to that. I know there are challenges. I mean, there's challenges everywhere. But, there's loads of nectar, put it that way, in helping with the spreading of the Krishna consciousness movement. So please, like I say, your families are your first responsibilities. But don't let them just become your only responsibility. Don't be whimsical, don't be irresponsible, of course, but pray to Krishna. I was going to say, use your intelligence, but pray to Krishna to give you the intelligence to see how you can assist in the spreading of the Krishna consciousness movement, because I promise you, I guarantee you, that's where you'll get the most nectar, actually. If you do it, in a responsible way, that's where you'll get the most nectar. It's a fact. And that's how this movement will spread, continue spreading and spread more and more and more dynamically when we get intelligent people, sincere people, dedicated devotees, really taking up some sort of a service in regards to spreading the Krishna consciousness movement. So these are some thoughts. You know, I almost left this body, it seems, back a few months ago, end of April, very early May. And Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, I think you're all very well aware what his situation is physically. Bhakti Charu Maharaj, we all know. And it's these types of phenomena are not going to stop. And in the, not the end, but after a while, you're going to be the ones who are left standing. It's a fact. You're going to be the ones who are left standing. And some of you are going to actually have to stand up and not just become GBC like Govardhan Prabhu, but become spiritual masters. You know, I suspect that from amongst our gathering here right now, there's going to be one or two or something who are going to become spiritual masters in due course. And I remember when it was first suggested to me to become a spiritual master, it was actually 1983, quite several years before I did. And Bhagavan Das, the only time he mentioned it, and he just mentioned it. And I thought, oh, come on. It's never going to happen. And so just forget it. But here we are. What can we say? Here we are. And so it's going to come the way of 1, 2, 3, I don't know how many, but it's going to come the way of some of you. And even those of you who don't become like official initiating spiritual masters, but when you've been a devotee, the longer you remain in Krishna consciousness, and as long as you're trying to practice seriously, the deeper it goes into your heart. And then what comes out of you and how you can help people, the more that increases. So even if you don't actually become initiating spiritual masters as such, but you are all going to, and I mean all of you can become, people, devotees, who have great impacts on many other people's lives for the better in Krishna consciousness. That's a fact. You can. And I'm sure some of you will. Maybe not all of you will. I mean, let's hope all. But maybe not all. But try. Try to do more. And try to do better. And more mercy will come. More mercy will come. I mean, in one sense, this is what it means. You just get more mercy. The more you try, the more mercy you get. So, as I say every year, please don't forget I'm your servant, your humble servant, and if I can be of assistance to any of you, whether you're my disciples or not, but I'm your servant, and if you would like some input from me, then please feel free. I'll only be happy to try and give some input and make a little contribution to your Krishna consciousness. So thank you all very much for sticking it out like this. I know it's a bit cool. Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate actually those of you who've stuck it out. I know South Africans are cold, sensitive people. If this was other parts of the world, people would have just their t-shirts on, actually. But anyway, thank you. Thank you for sticking it out and making it just a really happy day. I don't know when or if I've ever seen so many happy devotees around. It's really been great, actually. It's been really nice. So, and it's really all by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. As one devotee said to me quite some years ago, we had just finished a Govardhan Parikrama at Kusum Sarovar, and this one devotee said that, congratulated us and said, it's nectar, isn't it? It's nectar. Krishna consciousness is just so nice. It's just so wonderful. Just make the most of it and relish it. Relish the nectar in service. But don't forget where you got it from. Never forget where you got it from. Because we are not the creators of our own Krishna consciousness. We are not at all. It's just mercy. It's not even just mercy, it's also despite ourselves in many ways, actually. Yeah. So let's not forget that we are all 108%, 108% just dependent on, and we owe everything to Srila Prabhupada. And we owe, this is Krishna consciousness, so you can have 108% debt to Srila Prabhupada, but you can also have debt to others. How's that? You can be hundreds of percent in debt. But it's nectar, and Prabhupada's nectar. And we should all, I don't want to go on forever, but we should all try, through the process of the cultivation, development, actual, deliberate cultivation of appreciation for Srila Prabhupada, appreciation of what he's done, and gratitude for what he's done, what he's given us. With that as a foundation, we should all try to cultivate and develop our relationships with Srila Prabhupada. And if we do like that, we'll feel the relationship. We'll feel that we have a relationship with Prabhupada, and we'll feel we have relationships with each other too, even when we're not, and I mean when we're not physically present with each other. And I remember that time when Nelson Mandela, when he asked me, how did he do it? How did he do it on his own? And, I mentioned something about, Prabhupada being a revolutionary, which he appreciated. But then I mentioned to him, and as I did, it really struck me too, that actually he would always say, he would regularly say, I'm never alone. My spiritual master is always with me. Because ultimately, even though our relationships are also face-to-face like right now, but our relationships are also on the transcendental platform and not bounded by geographical limitations or time limitations or any material limitations. And so with Prabhupada and just with each other, if we pray and appreciate and cultivate gratitude just for each other, then we'll feel relationships with each other, particularly with our spiritual masters, with Prabhupada also, but with each other. Yes. So let's work on these things and really cultivate our relationship with Prabhupada. Let's cultivate our relationships with our spiritual masters and with all the devotees, and we'll all be together. We'll all be together in Prabhupada's ISKCON Goloka Vrindavan. And there will be a Midrand branch and a Santon branch, and etc., etc. Yeah, there will be. So again, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Particularly thank you very, 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 very much to Mother Nandarani, Shamohan Prabhu, and let me just say all the devotees who put this all on. Yeah, thank you so much. It's really been a beautiful experience. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. So we've reached the end of the program, and Gomarj has already appreciated in different ways. Gomarj, I think that I meant to say a few words of thanks, but what I would like to start off by saying is we actually just thank Srila Prabhupada for bringing you to us, and we thank Krishna Balaram, their Lordships Krishna and Balaram, and Giriraj for protecting you as well.
Which Krishna Balaram?
I said their Lordships.
Okay.
We thank them and to Giriraj for protecting you during your difficulties in terms of your health. But thank you for reminding us that we need to also have a different perspective on these types of incidents, and they can actually act as a catalyst for our spiritual life. Thank you for all of that. And so that's the real thanks I think we all have tonight, to just say thank you that we can have your association and be with you, and try to only just do a little bit to show you how dear you are to us. We can really never ever repay our debt to you. All we can do is try to glorify you, but we can never really ever repay that debt. I would also obviously like to
just hang on a sec. I would like to repay my debt to you for putting this on. And I don't know if you'll take this, how you'll take it, because it may knock you to your feet. But I would like you to please come here and just watch out. Oi!
Thank you, Gomarj. Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj Ki. It is very warm, Gomarj. And obviously I can't not mention all the devotees who have helped to put this together. I'm not going to mention all the names of the devotees, but you know who you are. And I can honestly say, Gomarj, every team that put on this Vyasa Puja, it was because of them. I was basically there because they were tolerating me. And as an example, everything that you see around here is just an offering of love to you. So each person, from the devotees who were in the kitchen to the devotees who decorated the tent, the MCs have put such an effort. Every devotee who participated was just offering their love to you. Thank you very much, Gomarj. And we are now going to, if you would like to move the chairs, we're going to end with a final kirtan. And that final kirtan will be led by no other than Ravindra Swarup Prabhu from Durban, who is very special to Gomaj in terms of leading Kirtan. So we'd like to call him to please lead us in Kirtan. And we will end with the Nishingadev prayers to say thanks to Nishingadev. But Gomaj, before we end, could we please just keep our Vrindavan theme? And I've just been thinking about how in Vrindavan they say Jai Radhe Sham with a long Radhe and then a Sham. Would you lead us in that? Just to end on the Vrindavan theme.
Okay, yeah. Wasn't expecting this, but just have to sort of change gear a little. Jai Jai Shri Radhe Sham.
Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki, Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj ki, Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Where is...
Are you going to use this? So give me a second. Let me set up and see. It's there on the...
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. We have some devotees who need to leave and their car has been parked in. So the number plate of the car is
ZKT 470GP.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Dear Guru Maharaj, I dedicate this kirtan for you. Or shall I say, my spiritual daddy. Namavam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Eva Shesha Shunyavare Pasyachare Shatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasani Gaura Bhaktarina Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga Nityananda Prabhupada Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,